And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another weekend edition here of the Sparkling Tuna Cup, the STC number 127, your weekly dose of all things, StarCraft, a weekly dose of Tuna StarCraft. Tuna StarCraft. Let's go. We are back. I'm of course Side VIP with you, and joined by these amazing players and by the people in the chat as well. Welcome, one and all. Bienvenidos, papi, bienvenidos, as we have returned with our weekly open tournament. Finally, we are back on Sundays. For a couple of weeks now, actually, we've been forced to host our event on Tuesdays. That is because of RSL. Rival StarCraft League has been over the weekends, and we have been accommodating for that, have been moving our event over to Tuesdays instead to avoid any kind of major clashes. But now we are back to our regularly scheduled Sunday broadcast. Let's go. Let us go. Spawning in the top left hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the orange Zerg player. We have the orange Zerg himself representing his new team, Stowny Bulls. It is GG Machine. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the pink Protoss player. We have the pink Protoss himself, the South Korean Protoss, representing among SC2 people. It is Rebellion. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we delve into our initial PVZ. Let's go. Whew, let us go. So again, get your Gamba going, papi, get your Gamba going. Coming into this, GG Machine, I would say, is the favorite player, but Rebellion is chaotic. He's a very chaotic player in his own right. He does often come up with his own builds, his own styles, and does, I think, outside of the box. He can be a very unorthodox player. It's going to be up to GG Machine to keep up with the shenanigans. That is Rebellion. Oh boy. Oh boy, we'll see if he can keep up. For now, we're going to be loading into Winter Madness, one of the more larger standard maps in the map pool. As a result, we should be opening up at our natural, claiming our third base and building up into a longer game state, but eyes are mainly going to be on Rebellion when it comes to his tech of choice. He's not afraid to rush into Carrier Rush, Tempest Rush, to go into early charge, early glaives. He's not afraid to mix things up early on, so eyes are on our Protoss. Meanwhile, GG Machine just going for his own initial setup here. Hatchery, gas, pool, standard opener, droning up, eventually claiming his third base as well. So far, so good. But bienvenidos, papi, bienvenidos. Just catching up. Also, a big shout out to Holy Lime in the chat. Papi, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the thank you so much for the support. Sorry, just fixing up some audio levels here. But thank you so much. I hope you thank you so much. I hope you appreciate the content. Hope you enjoy the content. The StarCraft, the casting, papi. Hope you enjoy. Este Holy Lime, 36 months. Oh my god, sorry, 38 months. 38 months in a row with Twitch Prime. Crazy amount of support, papi. Gracias. Este Holy Lime. Thank you. Whew. But here we go. So now we are going to be opening up. As we're going to be opening up, so far going to be a Stargate opening here in the main base for Rebellion. So opening up with the Stargate, everything's looking normal so far. This should lead into an Oracle first, but it may lead into a Void Ray. Eyes are going to be on Rebellion. Likewise, GG Machine across the map, again claiming his third, droning up, link speed is on the way, and pulls out of gas. So nothing crazy so far. As you mentioned previously, Rebellion, he's the one that typically does divert from standard builds, and I was actually expecting a Void Ray, but no, it is in fact going to be the Oracle. So far, everything is looking normal, and I did mention that if we were going to play normal, if we were going to play standard, this would be the map to do it on. Speaking of maps, again, we just kind of wrapped up the TLMC judging streams this week. It was a very intense week. Basically, whenever we weren't streaming or casting, I was going through the maps themselves, going through my feedback, going through my scorings, and I did actually finalize and submit my TLMC, my TLMC kind of judge sheets yesterday. Just for those that are curious, for those that want some updates regarding the Team Liquid Rap contest, that was finalized yesterday, and we should be getting the results from all of the judges and the final top 16 within the next couple of days. So it should be all like kind of brought together or tied together and all that good stuff over the next couple of days. So look forward to it. Do look forward to it. I do as well. It's one of those things where now that we're back to regular casting, it's like, we gotta like calm down a little bit, you know. We gonna calm down a little bit and embrace some of the older maps. Definitely a lot of exciting things to come in the near future in regards to the new map pool, but we'll see what maps make it through, and we'll see what the voting process will be looking like, bearing in mind that the TLMC public voting will be open after the Wardy TLMC tournament. Basically, we will soon get confirmation of the top 16 maps, and then there's going to be a bunch of tournaments featuring those maps. We'll of course be updating our map pool to also feature those TLMC maps as well, and then that will lead into the eventual public voting. So that's going to be happening over the next couple of weeks time. It's going to move quite quickly. Oh boy, so exciting things to come. Meanwhile, it is going to be the initial lair opener out of GG Machine. Lair into Roachhorn. Oracles, they will delay the fourth base. They get a couple of drone kills at the same time, leaves a counterattack. We have plenty of it up so I can to defend, and we do have an interesting follow-up here. Okay, so it's going to be an early Twilight Council into a delayed Forge. I assumed it was going to be a charge-based opener or maybe Glaive, so no, it's going to be Blink into very fast Templar Archives. Without the Forge, without the upgrades, in towards Storm Tech. Meanwhile, Lings get a full surround, they shut down the pylon, they get into the Stalker as well. Oracles, they come back in time to defend, but that's still nice damage dealt here by GG Machine. And nice damage dealt, they did make their way across the map instead. They do wedge themselves behind the mineral line, but there are plenty of Lings here to deal with this, and so far, not enough damage, only 2 drone kills. Oh, 3. Yeah, 3, 4, can we get up to 5 kills? It's going to be close. There it is, 5 drones going down, 6, okay, 6 drone kills. We get some okay damage here, but mining has been heavily delayed at the third. Oracle's forced to race back home, and we're going for what looks to be a big all-in. Now, I say all-in, I mentioned something earlier, and I brought it up, and it's good to bring attention to it. No Forge, no upgrades. So the setup here from Rebellion doesn't really scale too well into a longer game. In my mind, we're going for a very big, strong storm timing, and it's going to ideally look to end the game. So big all in here from Rebellion off of a 3-base economy. This is quite rare. It's not quite often that you do see a prioritization of Storm in such a way, and the lack of upgrades and going for a 3-base all in. We'll see how GG Machine fares against it. We'll see if he does recognize it is not safe to drone. So far, you can see that he's droned up to 66. That is 3-base saturation. The 4th base, no saturation. Intentionally so. There's no saturation of the 4th base whatsoever. So likewise, we also have 3-base play out of GG Machine. He will have a standing army, enough to deal with the force of Rebellion. It comes down to the control. Comes down to the micro, the control. So far, nice handling of the stasis trap. Lings and Hydras are amassing. Upgrades are on the way. Likewise, no Forge out of GG Machine either, so he's going for his own 3-base all-in. Let's go. Who do we favor in this kind of position here? That's the real question. I mean, Storm is done, and we'll see how good the Storms are going to be. As GG Machine, he's all in. He's all in. I assumed that he was just being hyper defensive, but no. The answer is that he's being hyper aggressive. He goes high Templar. He goes for the dive. He gets 1. 1 Templar goes down. There's 4 left. There's 4 Templar left. At the same time, GG Machine does strike that natural, going for the Cybercore. Cybercore gets sniped. Massive pickup. No more Stalkers. And again, here come those Templar. There's the first Storm. Ooh, massive Storm. Oh god. Yeah, Storms are brutal. No Hydra speed. A lot of Hydra's going to be going down, and these Storms may just be too much. That was the final Storm, though. If we had one more Storm, that'd be the death of all these Hydras. But the Storms may have been too good. Yeah, the Storms, they were brutal. Again, remember, GG Machine didn't know what he was all-inning into. Like, he didn't realize that he was basically all-inning and all-inning Protoss, and GG Machine is going to lose everything. Yeah, the Storms are brutal. Every Hydra goes down. Expensive losses for GG Machine. And remember, he was all in. Like, there's no drones. There's no drones behind this. It's all or nothing. And Rebellion blindly was countering him, essentially. A nice contamination here on charge. GG Machine, he's overextending. He does overextend. He has to get the hell out of here. He has to race back home. More Head Templar warp in. A 4th base is on the way. Remember, GG Machine is still very all in. And without Storms, Rebellion's in trouble. He needs those Storms. Does he have a charge? Yeah, a little bit premature there. Mainly a zoning Storm. Does not connect. Yeah, that was poorly placed there for Rebellion. And Rebellion now is in danger. Another Templar. No, he gets 1, 2. Remember, the Templar were the only thing keeping Rebellion in this game. And now they're going down. And now they're going down. The natural base is breaking. There's only 1 High Templar left. GG gets called, and GG Machine, the all-in does succeed, it does break through, and does take game number 1. GG. Whew. And GG, well played. GG Machine, he will claim a lead in the series against Rebellion. He had the tools to defend, but the control was lacking there a little bit. The initial defense was solid, don't get me wrong, but we saw that those High Templar, they were the backbone, they were the lifeline there of Rebellion, and that final storm that we saw, it was very lackluster. He needed that storm to connect. Likewise, he had to preserve those High Templar as well, and he failed to do so. The Templar went down. That was game. That was game then and there. GG, well played. Whew, a very intense game 1, and we'll see where this leads us coming to game number 2 as we load into another one of these quote-unquote larger maps. Has its own little quirks. We're going to be loading into Title Citadel. Let's go. Let us go. So we are loading into game 2, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Title Citadel, we have the orange Zerg player. We have the orange Zerg player himself leading the series 1-0. It is GG Machine. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the pink Protoss player with the pink Protoss himself. We have the South Korean Protoss representing among SE2 people. It is Rebellion. Wait, what? Hold on. My custom duel broken? Is that what's happening right now? There we go. There we go. Sorry, just fixing up the casting tool. But from here, we're going to be settling on in, and once again, eyes on Rebellion. Now, last game, he did go for a quirky build. He went for a Storm Rush, and it almost worked against the 3-base all in a Rebellion. Now, my concern, though, is that, as we mentioned, Rebellion, he had the tools to defend, and he was not able to keep up with his opponents. GG Machine, coming into game number 2, especially on Title Citadel, I expect to see aggression again. It is quite common to go for these big 3-base all-ins, where you cut workers at a 3-base saturation, and you just commit across the map. It is quite a common style in this matchup, and we're leading towards that style again here for our Zerg player. So we'll see if our players do deviate in some way. We shall see. Now, when it comes to Title Citadel, there is a big difference here compared to Winter Madness, and that is the base locations. The 3rd and the 4th base locations are a lot more isolated. They're a lot more vulnerable. The distance between them is a lot longer, so defensive rotations can be more difficult if you fail to keep up with the movement of your opponent. So this is where Rebellion can have a bit of a harder time being a defending player. It is going to be more difficult on this map. More so than previously. I mean, to be fair, there's a give and take. I want to say that early on, your 3-base saturation should be relatively safe. The big difference, of course, is that the area on Winter Madness in between the natural and the 3rd is open. Here, it's closed. It's closed by these rocks. Once they get knocked down, then the area does open up, and we do have a more accessible kind of 4-base setup. But before these rocks get knocked down, there's only really one angle of attack, depending on how and where we expand. As Lings they pick in, they will chip away at the initial mineral line. So far, just an mining. Oh, they do get one probe. Yeah, one probe goes down in the mineral line. Not bad. Pokes in, pulls away. Hoping for another worker. Shouldn't get much more done, but is at least keeping the adepts busy. And gets a full scout. Does confirm the Oracle. Full scout there from our Zerg player. More Lings being forced out. Rebellion is being active. So you break out across the map. Oh! Yeah, getting caught out. I believe the Shade should save at least one, but the other does get picked off, so not a bad engagement here by GG Machine. 3rd base is finishing up. And this time it's going to be an Evo Chamber first. Oh, as the Overlord barely survives. Nice round here on the Stalker. Yeah, nice round. Stalker, it looks like it will barely get picked up. Just barely. Oh my god. Yeah, better pick up Link Scout. Oh, he gets in. No, slightly misplaced. Gets eyes on the Oracle. Only one Oracle on the way. Interesting. Extra gas is being taken. Show us the tech. But early Evo Chamber screams +1 melee, screams Link Hydra, but a more macro build designed to build up into a proper 4-base economy. Remember, last game, there was a big difference here for GG Machine. He had no Evo Chamber, he had no upgrades. Meanwhile, earlier Twilight Council, earlier Forge, delayed 3rd base. Based on the timing of this tech, it looks like either early Charge or early Blink. This shouldn't be Glaives just because Glaives does not pair well with Forge. Leaning more towards Charge. Just because it's so quick, it's so fast. But we'll soon see. We'll soon find out. Yeah, Robo's being thrown down. Should be for the Prism. +1 is on the way, and is it going to be Blink or Charge? Show us what you got. And there it is. It is going to be Charge. Again, we assume this just because of the timing. It was just so fast. So the goal here for Rebellion, this build is supposed to ideally kill before there or without any kind of roaches or banelings to defend. And as you can see here, because of the +1 melee build that GG Machine is going for, there is no Baneling Nest and there's no Roach Warren. There's no Roach Warren. It's going to be purely a Link Queen defense. Link Queen defense against mass +1 charge lots, the game can just end. Like, when it comes to the builds of choice, Rebellion does have the advantage. So GG Machine, he's in trouble. Rebellion did scout the Evo Chamber early on. He knows. Again, due to the scout, he knows that there's a very high chance that Roaches and Banelings are being skipped. And GG Machine, he has yet to confirm what's going on. We do have the Temple Archive, so it looks like this will be hitting with 2 Archons. It's a very aggressive timing here from Rebellion. And again, it's designed to kill. Here he comes. Prism is moving out. We should be morphing in this High Templar soon. As Rebellion moves out, Lings are moving in. Charge is somewhat you're done. Dust Scout does confirm, he knows. Yeah, seeing all these Zealots is a massive tell. There should not be any Zealots here at this stage of the game. So GG Machine, he's aware. Zealots are warping in. Again, this is still pre-charge. It's too soon. Yeah, it's too soon. He's gonna get surrounded. The Zealots are going down. There are no Archons with this. Storm just now begins. This is so late. Yeah, this is delayed here. I assumed that he was going to be warping in a couple of High Templar, morphing in Archons, and then going for the all-in. But this is very disjointed from Rebellion. And the longer this goes on, the better it's going to be for GG Machine. Remember, GG Machine, he's outscaling Rebellion. We have the Hive now on the way. We have the Lurker Den now on the way. Rebellion setting up defense. Oh, god. Remember, a couple of things here. The tech was really fast this game. Other things were delayed as a result of this. The 3rd expansion, the saturation. We had really fast +1, really fast forge, really fast charge. Faster than normal. And it amounts to nothing. So Rebellion, he misses window, he misses timing. Ah, the contamination! Yeah, massive delay on +2. The Hive Tech Lurkers are coming. And Rebellion's not ready. Now, now he's going for the Fleet Beacon. He's taken to the skies, going into Sky Toss, but again, he's 1 step behind. The Overseer sees everything, by the way, confirms the Fleet Beacon, and here come the Lurkers. Now, there's going to be a window in time, this game, where there's going to be Lurker Tech before Tempest. And it's going to be that window where GG Machine can kill. He could potentially end the game with these 9 Lurkers morphing in. The Lunkers are ready. The Lunkers back. Says I found a fellow ducky. Quack, papi, quack. Bienvenidos, bienvenidos. Bienvenidos. As GG Machine is almost maxed. He's almost maxed out. He's now pushing out across the map, laying siege upon the wall. Ooh, we got 1 Storm. It does graze the army, and now we're moving in. Now just pushing further in. At the same time, a split push. Lings, they do hit the 4th base. Oh no, High Templar! Ooh, a couple of storms do land. Nice movement though. Does move out of the storms. I say that there are plenty more storms available. Oh my god, that's a lot of storms. And with all those storms connecting, it might barely be a hold here. It's close. There's what, a handful of Hydras. Lurkers are being focused down. Oh my god, it's still a brutal trade though. An expensive trade. Lings, they move in to help support. Lurkers are focused down. And barely Rebellion holds. He barely cleans up all the Lurkers, but there's still more reinforcements coming. It's still too much damage. That's still far too much. Hydras, they start to step in. And even without the Lurkers, there's just too much Zerg. There's too much of a swarm. And GG Machine, he snowballs out of control. He breaks the 3rd base. GG gets called, and GG Machine will claim the series 2-0, advancing on to the quarterfinals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. His direct player here does claim the series. Again, it was a bit of an awkward game for Rebellion. There were definitely some windows, some timings available to him, but he did miss them. I'm referring to the early charge +1 timing, where he hit prematurely before his upgrades, but he also didn't really commit that hard either. It was a really rough moment for Rebellion, and the moment that he missed that timing and they missed that window, he fell so far behind. He had to do damage then and there, and upon not doing so, then he backed off. He tried to turtle up. It was very delayed, of course, getting his 4th base, his fleet beacon, storm, cannons, and shield batteries was all just a really delayed decision. And remember, he himself had committed quite heavily into that timing, which didn't really hit. Meanwhile, we saw the GG Machine was being greedy, right? He was being greedy. He went up to 4 base saturation, went up to Hive Tech, went up to Lurker Tech as well, and just snowballed out of control. Snowballed out of control. GG, well played. With that, we have our Zerg player advancing on, and let us catch up in the bracket. Let's figure out where we are and where we are headed. Let's go. Whew. Let us go. As from the top here, we do have our upcoming matches. We have Classic. Classic, he's number 1 seed of the tournament. Classic is our reigning champion, and he is waiting for the winner of ByuN and Saridipinus. Waiting for his opponents, and we then have Jimmy. Jimmy's up against Middle VK in a PvP. Winner goes up against the winner of Classic, you and his opponent. We have Percival. Percival's up against Hacker's Top. Hacker's Top does take down Roxas 2-0, so we have Percival or TV random in the round of 16. We then have Cristiano. Cristiano waiting for the winner of Prome and Mew. We have ByuN waiting for the winner of Rake and Smite Steel. We have GG Machine. He is waiting for the winner of ByuN, Rake, and Smite Steel as well. So we have a bit of downtime here waiting for GG Machine's next match. We then have Perceive. Perceive takes down a Maximor 2-1 to face off against SHIN in the next round. And we have Ledlix. Oh, unfortunate walkover. Does get a walkover over Chovka. And we have Ledlix versus Geralt in the round of 16 as well. For the most part, the round 16 is getting underway. Our series was a little bit faster. I was expecting Rake versus Smite Steel to also be faster, and for that to lead into ByuN. For the most part, though, we're focusing on this portion of the bracket, just trying to embrace some of the more diverse play. We have some Zerg players here. GG Machine, SHIN, we have some Zerg representation. Did want to embrace that while we could, of course. Meanwhile, on the top side, best of luck to everyone else trying to bring Classic down. Now, when it comes to our format here, it's going to be best of 3s all the way to the grand finals, and we do cast both semis. Both semis will be casted on this channel as well, one after the other. Whichever is available first, we'll jump in. We will jump in. So just a heads up when it comes to our formats. Of course, this is a weekly Open Cup. This tournament has been running for many years, and this is the longest running Open Cup out there in StarCraft 2, longer running than any other Open Cup. So as we've been running it for a very long time, and if you want to help support us and help support the Tuna Cup and help support the scene and support the players, you can do so via Patreon. Patreon is the place to be to help fund the event, help fund our weeklies, and help grow our tournaments as well. So you can check us out via Patreon. Otherwise, we have some downtime. As you can see here, we have a bit of downtime. We are going to be waiting for Rake versus Smite Steel to wrap up, as that leads into ByuN, as that leads into GG Machine. We do for the most part want to kind of commit to this portion of the bracket. There's some other really good upcoming matches as well. We have a bunch of PvPs in the upper half. We have Percival versus some of these other players. We just got an update. Rake did just take down Smite Steel 2-0, so it's going to be Rake versus ByuN in the next round. But we are going to be going on a short break. Going to be going on a short break here. When we come back, we should have our next series. We'll see you soon. See you soon after the break. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, welcome back to the second series of the broadcast. Welcome back to the still round of 16. We are going to be jumping into our fresh series. There's going to be a TVP here between ByuN and Rake. Let's go, baby. Let's go. This is going to be a rematch to the last week's broadcast where these two went all the way to the ace match and we almost had a crazy upset. Let's go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Orange Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player. The blue Protoss player himself representing Team Hyper 1. It is Rake. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we delve into our TVP. And a big shout out to SC2DE. Gracias. Danke, baby, danke. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you guys had a great stream. Hope you guys had a great cast, I'm assuming. Again, SC2DE, they do host a bunch of tournaments. They do a bunch of casting as well. We've actually raided them a couple of times over as they do support the, I believe, German scene. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. There you go. There you go. But thank you so much. Thank you so much to all those that did come in from the raid. Unfortunately, we don't do any German casting here. It is in English, just as a heads up. But otherwise, thank you so much for the raid. Gracias, baby, gracias. Thank you. So now we're going to be jumping in. ByuN going for the initial eBay block here across the map. And once again, just to reiterate, this is a rematch. Rake and ByuN went all the way to the ace match last week, and Rake almost won the series and arguably should have won the series, but did have a little bit of lapse in control at the time. If you recall, Rake, he did go for a bunch of carrier rushes. He had a bunch of very unique builds, rushing into the carrier as quickly as possible and rushing across the map, and ByuN had a very hard time dealing with it. A very hard time handling the mass carrier early on, and things were very quickly snowballing out of control. In that final game, ByuN, he was able to catch a couple of carriers early on. He did end up forcing some miscontrol out of his opponents, and things went awry. This time we'll see if Rake has some other builds or if he has something else up his sleeve or more of the same. For now, do have our natural race being taken again, was delayed, forcing out the initial zealots due to the eBay block. So nice little denial there, nice economic win for ByuN, as across the map he's going for his CC on the high ground. So racks expand into factory. You do have a relatively standard opener here by ByuN. Of course, this is a little bit delayed due to the eBay across the map. Outside of that, we're settling in, and once again, Stargate opener out of Rake. As just to re-emphasize, when it comes to his build of choice, Stargate opener into Fleet Beacon, into Mothership, into Carriers has been the go-to. But this time, ByuN is more aware. This time, ByuN, he is a little bit more locked in. This will not catch him off guard. Not this time. He knows. He does know. Yo, Maralecos. Good to see you, Pappy. Good to see you. It's been a while, Pappy. Been a while. Maralecos, of course, infamous German caster. True. So now the initial Stargate is finishing up, and we are waiting for the Fleet Beacon. There it is. Fleet Beacon's on the way. Same build. Same build here for Rake. Meanwhile, you see ByuN going for the initial 1-1-1, opening up with a Marine Cyclone drop that should be pushing across the map, and this has a little potential to get damage done. Remember, early on, pre-Mothership, pre-Carrier, Rake is vulnerable. And it's going to be on Rake to minimize losses, minimize damage. Let's go. Let us go. As the drop is coming, and does boost across the map. The initial Mothership is on the way. Here comes the Cyclone, here come the Marines, here comes everything. There's one battery to defend, there's one Stalker, one Zealot, and one Adept. Oh, he dies, shades out, no, he's gonna lose the Adept for free. Yeah, big misstep here. Now he's down to only 2 units, warping in a Stalker as we speak. It's gonna be a rough defense. Losing 1 unit already. Forced to engage. So far, Minimac does keep everything powered, does keep everything alive, and the natural's being broken. Pylon goes down, depowers everything. There is no battery. Backup pylons on the way, local on the Stalker. Boys are being pulled. No, sorry, they evacuate. Oh. Yeah, they don't quite engage. And there's no saving that natural. Second Cyclone has arrived, and ByuN is snowballing out of control. He has broken that natural base. Carrier is revealed. And can we hold on with the help of the carrier? Does get one of the, does get two stalkers already? Jesus. Two stalkers go down. Second battery does finish. But out of interceptors. And no interceptors here. Rake has to rebuild. There we go. Now does pull the boys. The boys are being pulled. Can he save his natural? Can he save it, Pappy? Does pick up a couple of Marines, but again, there's just not enough DPS here. There's not enough interceptors, not enough carriers. And with that, Rake, he's being broken. And again, this is the downside of relying on the same build multiple times in a row against ByuN, or against any top player, really. Is that now you can start to blind counter. Now you can start to have a bunch of expectations, blindly assume, and then start to be hyper aggressive to punish in such a way. We mentioned, but going for this build does leave you very vulnerable early on, so much so that this drop got out of hand. Interceptors, they do move out. They do focus on the medevac at least. They get the medevac. Lock-on is broken. Boys are being pulled. One of the Cyclones is exposed. But this is still critical damage. Oh god, so many probe kills. Yeah, 20 probes going down. Marines and Cyclones, they just trade against the army. They trade against the interceptors. Rake, he does break out, and he's all in. Rake is all in. Rake is down to 7 probes back at home, barely an economy. ByuN back at home, he's working on Marines, Viking production. He's setting up and getting ready to receive the eventual counterattack. And 2 carriers, that is just not going to be enough. It shouldn't be enough. Wood mines are burrowing. We have 1 mine shot available currently. The other's on cooldown. Do we hold on to the shots? Oh! No! Yeah, going off with interceptors. Does retard onto the carrier, not bad. And GG gets called. ByuN takes game number 1. GG. Whew. And GG, well played. ByuN does take a lead in the series, and once again, we'll see if Rake has a different build up his sleeve. Again, relying on the same build multiple times in a row is ill-advised, and hopefully we have something a little bit different brought to the table here, as ByuN is up in the series, and we are loading in the game, no matter thus. Reloading into Winter Madness. Just catching up. Deja vu. Yeah, no. I mean, this is now going to be a larger map of the map pool, longer rushes by ground. There's a higher chance that Rake does get away with his build this time, but we'll see if it's something different. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Orange Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Blue Protoss, Rosane Team Hyper 1. It is it is Rake. Let's go. Let us go. So we got jumping into game number 2. And once again, we're expecting a Stargate opener out of Rake. I'm hoping he does deviate, hoping he does change things up. It's going to be a ByuN to confirm. The Tuna. As ByuN does move out across the map. But for what? For once again, another eBay block. ByuN, he does skirt around the edge, so he will avoid the main probe scout. So Rake is in the dark. SCV is coming in. Here comes the eBay. And we'll see if Rake checks the low ground. He does. Okay. Checks the low ground, can pull the boys. No, Rake actually immediately heading over towards the 3rd location. So this time the Nexus is going to be a little bit faster. I mean, it's going to be at a more standard time. That's a better way of putting it. But it will be at the unnatural natural, and ByuN has the option to go for a faster factory. No, it's going straight for the CC. So Rax expand, standard opener here by ByuN, very economic. He had the option to be more aggressive, he's opting not to. Meanwhile, the Cybercore is finishing up. Reiki will soon have his tech of choice. Stargate or Twilight Council. Do we have another build, Pappy? Getting safety batteries. We have one battery at the natural, one battery in the main. The reason for these safety batteries is because the army is split, so it's going to be very awkward for the units to move and rotate back and forth. And yep, once again, Stargate. Ooh, Stargate opener. So once again, it's looking like a carrier rush. It's looking like the same build, but it is delayed because of the placement of the natural, but also because of the batteries as well. Investing into 2 batteries does also slow you down. And ByuN back at home is looking very similar. We are reacting at Marines, into Cyclone, into Medevac, into early push. Does look like the same setup. Assuming we'll go for the same build. We are making that assumption. Yep, there we go. So same build, same opener. Soon ByuN will push out, and Rake this time is going for the early Phoenix. Oh, okay. Different build. Early Phoenix into Robo. No Fleet Beacon, no Carrier Rush. Not this time. But Rake is still in trouble. The issue here is that it's still going to be an aggressive build. Phoenix is revealed. The Reaper does not scout the Robo. Oh no, he sees. Did he click in time? Did he click? Regardless, the army is coming. And Phoenixes, they struggle defensively. Like Phoenixes, they're not built to defend, not like this. They can lift 1 unit at a time. Army gets spotted. At this point, we're just rallying across the map. Vikings on the way as well. The Immortal will help, but it's still a ways away. Alright, we'll see if ByuN can catch a Phoenix. Goes to lock on. Draining the shields. Draining that battery. Yeah, does have to be careful here with the Phoenix. Sorry, with the Cyclone, I meant to say. I mean, with both. Lock-on does connect. Battery's almost out of energy, but the first Immortal does arrive. And Rake is holding. Yeah, Rake so far is holding on. Does go for the lift. Oh, we'll focus on 1, 2, 3 Phoenixes. Does he get all 4? Sorry, does he get all 3? Oh my god, does get the probes. Yeah, does settle for the workers. The final Phoenix goes down. A massive trades, massive pick of 7 probe kills. Oof. And this is too much. Yeah, this is already too much damage. Getting another Stalker. There's 1 Immortal left. Ay. Viking does land. Another lock on here on the Immortal. The Immortal goes down. And that's it. That's game. GG gets called. Ay. And ByuN, he will claim this series 2-0, advancing on to the quarterfinals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. And we spoke about this, but the hyper greed of Rake has been punished 2 games in a row after last week's series. ByuN, he has opted to go for a hyper aggressive build here, going for the early Cyclone Marine drop, both game 1 and game 2. This game, I will say that Rake had the tools to defend, but what did Rake do here overextended? He fought out of range of his batteries. He had a bunch of batteries, he had the NG overcharge, he did decide to fight out of range, he did chase, did overextend, and as a result, he lost his Phoenixes. He lost all 3 Phoenixes, that led it into him losing the Stalkers and eventually the Immortal as well. GG, well played. So overly aggressive there from Rake, did overextend, ByuN did punish, and with that, ByuN does claim the series. This time we don't get to see Rake snowball out of control with the Carrier Rush, which was shut down early on this time. I do appreciate that Rake did adjust in game 2, but once again, like the engagement there just was not quite ideal there for Rake, and with that, ByuN will advance on to the next round. let's catch up. Let's catch up on the bracket here. From the top, we have Classic versus You. Classic versus You is currently ongoing in a PvP. When it goes up against Jumi in the next round, Jumi's up against MinoVK, also went to the ace match. Oh, a bit of a back and forth there between our two Protoss players, but Jumi is waiting the next round. Meanwhile, walkover. Oh my god, not too sure what happened there, but there was a walkover in this second round, and Miyu takes down Prome 2-1 and gets a walkover win over Cristiano. Yeah, Cristiano, he does bow out early on, so we do have Purcell versus Miyu in the next round when it goes up against the winner of Jumi, Classic, and You. Meanwhile, we have our next series, ByuN versus GG Machine. Let's go. That is going to be our next series. It's going to be our next matchup. ByuN is still one of the favorite players to go far in this event, right? When it comes to the big names in this tournament, we have ByuN, SHIN, Percival, and Classic. We have a very Korean heavy here setup, but there are some strong Europeans that can stand in the way, right? Looking at Jumi, looking at GG Machine, Geralt as well, and I would have said Cristiano, but if he hadn't forfeited, I would have even favored him over Percival, to be honest. But we wouldn't quite see them face off, unfortunately. Not this time, not this week. Not this week. For now, though, we are going to be going on a short break, and when we come back, we'll have ByuN versus GG Machine ready for you. We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon in a couple of moments. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to the quarterfinals. We're going to the quarterfinals here of the Sparkling Tuna Cup number 127. We are here. We have returned. We have a spicy TVZ ready for you. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of 10,000 feet, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the orange Zerg player representing his new team, Stony Bulls. It is GG Machine. And if you're not in the, if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. As oh my god, we open up with an early cast, with an early pool, with a delayed hatchery. Hyper aggression out of GG Machine. Oh boy. I was ready to sink my teeth into a back and forth series. Again, GG Machine and ByuN, we now do have some of the bigger names facing off here in the tournament, but GG Machine is going for a very cheeky build. With this, he can go into early link speed, into a Bane Bust, into a Link Flood, or into even a Roach Rush. GG Machine, he does have a couple of aggressive options, bearing in mind that specifically on this map, we do have a mineral wall here on the right-hand side. So we do have those minerals, we do have that available to us here. Hold on, I'll fix that up. There we go. We do have that available to us here, so we could see potentially boys being pulled to break into the natural. That would be more applicable when it comes to other matchups that rely on walls. That would be like so. That would be so in ZVP. Otherwise, this time link speed. But look at this, we're staying in gas. That's what's important here. We are staying in gas. So we can still go for a Baneley Nest or a Rotorn. We're leaning more towards a Nest at this point. Lings are moving out. Things are moving out. Yep, there we go. Ness is on the way. We're going for the bust. Now, ByuN, a couple of things here. No SCV Scout. That's on ByuN. ByuN, he did decide to be greedy here. It is standard to go for the SCV early on. So cheeky moves here by ByuN. By skipping that SCV Scout means that ByuN is in the dark a little bit longer. It's going to be delayed Scout. Now he knows. Now he sees the spawning pool is earlier. He now sees that the hatchery is delayed. Lings a poke in. CC is going to be delayed as well. Boys are being pulled. But he doesn't know. Yeah, ByuN, he doesn't know if this is just a pool or if this is an all-in. ByuN, he races back home to defend, so ByuN, he's in the dark. He's fighting for the low ground. If he knew this was an all-in, we just cancel. We just cancel and we get bunkers on the high ground. But there are no bunkers here inside because ByuN has no idea. Yeah, ByuN is still in the dark. He still assumes this is a standard build. I mean, nice kiting does pick up a good amount of lings. But the Bane Bust is coming. And again, ByuN is none the wiser. Now, thankfully, ByuN, he will have one Hellion to defend. The Hellion will help. Ling Speed kicks in. This Hellion has a lot of work to do. As Banelings, it will bust down that wall. Oh no, he gets scattered. Yeah, he knows. He does know. Oh, he gets the surround though. He comes in with the surround. Boys are being pulled. Can he get the Hellion? The Hellion barely does get away. No, I spoke too soon. The Hellion goes down. Massive pickoff, but it did cost every single Zergling. Oof. And now there's going to be a second Hellion. Yeah, second Hellion. You can see G Machine, he has to wait for his lings. He has to wait for his Zerglings. That's giving time for ByuN. He's re-walling. Second wall is now up, and we're missing that window. It's taking too long. It's taking too long. We missed that window. We missed that timing. Now there's a secondary wall. Oof. Ay, ay, ay. And what do we do? That's just game. Yeah, that's just game. The window closed. The window closed. That was the timing. As now there are 2, even 3 layers of wall. 3 layers here for ByuN. I love this as well. He's staggering his Marines in between the layers of depots. In between the layers. Yeah, Hellions, they can drop in. How many shots can they get off? Takes out one Baneling. We'll lose a Reaper in the process. And here comes the attempted bust. Again, breaks down the depots, but there's still so much more behind this. There was potential, baby. There was potential. Everything was lining up. ByuN, he never scouted. He never confirmed. It's just a G Machine. He revealed one Baneling, and he got too greedy. He went for the dive on top of the Hellion. He went for the dive. And GG. GG gets called. ByuN, he will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, ByuN, he failed to scout. He skipped the SCV scout. He skipped the Reaper scout further into the main base. ByuN had no idea that Nolan was coming. ByuN, he was fighting for his own natural, and ByuN, alas, he did confirm when he checked the low ground. He saw the Baneling morphing in, and he pulled away. He pulled away. He pulled the boys. Was able to re-wall on top of the high ground to get a secondary wall, I should say, behind it upon confirming the Bane bust. And again, it did feel like G Machine was kind of baited into chasing that Hellion. It meant that he had no lings. Even though the Banelings were ready, he had no lings to follow up, so it just wasn't worth it. He had to wait. He was forced to wait. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're going to be jumping into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. We are getting into game 2, and once again, a hyper-aggressive map. Oh boy. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shopify, leading the series 1-0. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the orange Zerg player. We have the orange Zerg representing Stony Balls. It is GG Machine. Here we go. As we're getting into game number 2 here, and eyes are on our Zerg player. We expect another all-in, right? Tourmaline is one of the most aggressive maps in this map pool. Shorter rushes, second shortest rush distance by ground, second only to 10,000 feet, which we just casted. So aggression is favorite. The spray. This time hatch first, but we'll keep an eye on the gas timing, on the gases, on where it's spent. and whether or not we go into roaches. Like a roach all-in is... Roach all-ins are quite common. They're quite common. They're quite popular. Off of 2 bases. Eyes are on the Zerg. And fun fact, despite the early game from ByuN, we'll see if he even goes for an SCV scout this time. Despite what happened in the last game. The confidence, Pappy. We'll see. As for now, we're still going to be opening up. Again, hatch gas pool. This time a standard opener out of our Zerg player. This is that natural in the low ground. And soon ByuN will move out. And just like last time, no SV scout. So very, very greedy here from ByuN. No SV scouts.
Center upgrade complete.
Last game, ByuN was caught with his pants down, except for the fact that he was able to scout the bailing on the low ground. So he does move out. Meanwhile, we're curious to see where the gas is going to be spent, whether we go into bailing, into link speed or into an early lair. Whether we stay in. Oh, does get one. Does get a drone, massive pickup. A strong start here from ByuN. Delayed third expansion. Interesting. GG Machine is banking gas. Yeah, he's banking a lot of gas here. 2 spores thrown down as well. Critical damage, and we have an answer here. Skipping link speed straight for the lair. So 2 base all in. 2 base all in. Now with this early lair, this could be a couple of different things here. This could be a rush into, say, a Link Queen Nidus all in. If we do take extra gases, would be indicative of Nidus play. If we take even more gases, up to 4 gases, this could be 2 base Muta. So 2 base Muta, 2 base Link Queen Nidus all in. We could see a Roach Warren as well. Bearing in mind, we are still, of course, mining gas. Now, there is a build that SHIN and Solo have been very fond of as of late, and that is the 2 base Hydra all-in. That has been very trendy over the past, like, what, 2 months? Month and a half. First things first, I don't see extra gases. I spoke too soon. There we go. 2 gases here at the natural. We're holding up on the 4th gas geyser, though. Interesting. Show us that tech. Show us Aspire. Or the Hydrogen. No, it's going to be the Roach Warren. Never mind. Cancels the Warren, goes for the Hydrogen, and this is the build we've been seeing as of late. If you've been watching players like Solar, players like SHIN, you should be familiar. This is a Hydra all-in out of GG Machine. It's going to be pure Link Hydra. This does hit very hard. This hits without any bailings. So instead of going into bailings, we have early Hydra production, and this does typically hit with Hydra speed and Hydra range. No Evo chambers. ByuN does pick in. He goes to dive. No, he scouts. Yeah, he gets a full scout. A drone's going to be going down, getting 3 drone kills already. And no lings. Yeah, no lings, not yet. They're trying to keep up. Remember, there's slow lings. Yeah, there's no speed. Boys are being pulled, and this is critical damage. Oh my god. This is critical damage. 10 drones going down, 11 drone kills. Ay, ay, ay. And the all-in has been heavily stifled here. Bearing in mind, yes, it is an all-in, and yes, you stay on a low drone count, but you need that drone count to sustain the all-in. And these are heavy losses for GG Machine. 11 drone kills, brutal damage. And this means the all-in is going to be heavily weakened. It's going to be weakened. It's going to be delayed. This timing won't be anywhere near as strong. And ByuN knows, yep, bunkers are on the way. Remember, ByuN, he scouted the early Hydrogen, he scouted the early lair, he scouted the lack of link speed, so he's getting ready back at home. Bunkers are on the way. Tank production, more importantly. Tanks are going to be pivotal here against Link Hydra. And of course, the Zerg player is not droning. It's too late. It's too late to drone. At this point, our Zerg player is already committed. And things are looking bleak here for GG Machine. They're looking bleak. Viking gets picked up. Here come the Hydras. Now at this point, GG Machine is hoping that maybe ByuN is overconfident. He's hoping that maybe ByuN, because ByuN did so much damage early on, maybe there is no bunker, right? Maybe there are no tanks. Maybe ByuN got a third CC on location. None of that is true, but that's the hope at least. Yeah, does confirm the tank, does confirm the bunker. Now GG Machine, now he sees just how dire it is. Poking forward. Now the best chance here for GG Machine is that ByuN moves out. If ByuN fights out of range of his tanks, he fights out of his range of his bunker, then there is a chance. You can see GG Machine trying to come in from behind. He wants to surround the army. He's premature. He's attempting to sandwich, but he just doesn't have the numbers. There's just not enough here. Yeah, fails the sandwich. The Lings go down. Hydras go down. GG gets called. And ByuN, he will claim the series 2-0, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Some hyper aggressive builds here by GG Machine. And again, game one, there was a chance. Game one, there was hope. It was just in game one where GG Machine was just a little bit overly aggressive. He showed his hand too soon, and that gave ByuN a precious seconds to prepare and to defend back at home. So ByuN, he had a couple of extra seconds here to wall off, to pick up, to abandon the low ground upon realizing what was going on. Here in game number two, we saw that ByuN scattered early, right? He was able to get the full scout with the Hellions. He confirmed the Hydra Den. He killed 11 drones early on, and we did emphasize that killing 11 workers there, that was almost game then and there. Like, you cannot afford to lose that many workers when you're going for a 2-base all-in. Like, that is insane damage. And from there, GG Machine just could not recover. Could not recover after losing all those workers, and with that, the all-in was heavily delayed, heavily weakened, and now we're getting ready for our next matchup. Let's go. ByuN does advance on to the semifinals, and we already have a couple of semifinalists. Percival takes down Meal 2-0 to advance on to the upper semis. Meanwhile, ByuN does take down GG Machine 2-0 to advance on to the lower semifinals, waiting for the winner of SHIN and Geralt. Likewise, Percival waiting for the winner of Classic and Jumi. Let's go. Let us go. So we have multiple series currently underway, and we have some downtime. We have some downtime. Showed his hand too soon? Think I missed it. Did not see any hands on the screen. Oh no. Oh no. Ahí está. Buenos días. Buenos días, happy buenos días. But now we're going to be going on a short break. We are waiting for whichever one of these series is available first, either the upper semis or the lower semis, bearing in mind that we are going to be casting both semifinals will be on stream, one after the other. The favorites are going to be Classic versus Percival and ByuN versus SHIN. Best of luck to both Jumi and Geralt to potentially cause an upset. Hoping they can. Best of luck. Otherwise, we are going to be going on a short break. And when we come back, we will have our next series. We'll see you soon after the break. See you soon, Pappy. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back to the semifinals, the semifinals here of the Sparkling Tuna Cup number 127. We are here. We are back with our top four. Our top four here are ready for us, and we have our initial series. We have our TVP. Let us jump on in. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran. It is Percival. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we delve into our TVP. We have our first of two semifinals, of course, bearing in mind that the lower semis will be casted as well after this series. We'll get there, baby. We will get there. Until then, we have our initial matchup, our initial TVP, and these two players have been going back and forth. Classic is stepping... let's go. Classic is stepping in as the favorite player. That is true, but Percival has taken maps and has taken series. Percival, his strongest matchup is TVP. This is where he thrives in, especially in the early to mid game. Percival, he's a hyper-aggressive player, but how do you counter some hyper-aggression? Well, you beat them to the aggression with a proxy gateway. Let's go. So Classic opening up with the proxy, throws down the gateway in the center of the map, and currently Percival going for a single gas opener. What does that mean? That means that Percival is going for a faster CC. He's going racks into command center on the low ground, so he's going for an economic greedy build that is about to be punished by the proxy of Classic, assuming that Percival doesn't scout. Zelda's on the way. Into the Cybercore, into the Proxy Stalker. Command Center is spotted, and you can see Classic already being as annoying as possible. He's being annoying. Now this Reaper, when it pops, should scout the nearby third locations. We should be seeing a scout at the linear third, at the triangular third base as well, but alas, the Proxy, that's why it's thrown down a little bit further back at the center location. Percival does check the triangular third, does check the fourth location as well. Okay, a little bit more of a thorough scout out of Percival. Checks the fourth, pulls back. And pulls back to the natural. Oh my god, the SCV almost goes down. He wants it. Oh, he gets the SCV. That should not have happened. Kills the worker, delays the CC. Bunker's on the way, but here come the initial units. Two Zelts already. The Stalker's about to pop out, and that bunker, it looks like it's going to be too late. Yeah, Zelda moving in. Reaper taking some hits. Bunker is going to be denied, and this is already critical damage. This is already getting out of hand. Marine's going to be zoned away. Stalker should delay the command center. Down goes one Marine. The other pulls into the main. Yeah, the other pulls in. We can see the Zelda trying to kite the army back within range of the Stalker. Trying to kite within range. Zelda does go down. But again, this is all doing what? This is all delaying the expansion. Big delay here on the expand. Ay. Depot goes down. Late repair. Oh no. Late repair. Not like this. And the trades here just far too efficient. Too much damage. As we're still not done. Getting another SCV. Another two SCVs. 4 in total. Now going for the Hellion. Ooh, bit of miscontrol. Did misclick and did fire up on the bunker for a moment. So a bit of a misclick. And this will be cleaned up. Hellion goes down. Ooh, we're missing shots on the Marine. But the Stalker does get away. The Stalker does kite back. Command Center still will not finish. Oh, no. And that is how many? That is 10 SCV kills. 10 SCVs, a Depot, a Hellion, and 2 Marines. There's a cancellation on the bunker. We're now going for the dive. Oof. Reaver gets focused down. Once again, the CC may just finish. Does finish, but it's still not worth it. It's still not worth it, papi. At least it completes, but behind this we have Cyclone is on the way. The Cyclone will take control of the natural, but behind this, Classic, he's already mining. Classic is on 33 probes. 33 workers. Blink is on the way. Gateways are on the way. Robo's on the way. Classic, he is perfectly fine. Oh, we'll lose the Stalker. Nice juggling here on the Cyclone. Oh no! Miscontrol. Miscontrol. That should not have happened. Cyclone goes down as well. That was meant to allow for a counterattack. Oh no. Papi! Not like this. Percival, now he's moving out across the map. He is desperate for damage. Back at home, there's a defensive warp in. Soldiers, they turn back around. Classic is ready. There's no battery, but he doesn't need one. He does not need one. So far, nice control. Gets a Marine. There's 3 Marines left. And Percival, he's praying here for, I mean, he's all in. Percival, he's more than all in. It's all or nothing. He's got tanks on the way, Banshees on the way. Just a really rough setup. Does have the high ground. We'll get the first shut off. Blink is done. Shulker's up. Diving on the tower, man. He's crazy. Ooh, dives in. Takes down the tank in the medevac, but this is a brutal trade here for Classic, losing a lot of Stalkers. That was what, 4 Stalkers going down. That was a hefty trade. Percival moving out with the Banshee. Remember, there's no cloak. No cloak in sight, but the Banshee does get spotted. And Classic just needs to calm down. Oh, he wants that tank. There we go. This time he respects it. This time he respects the tank. Behind this, getting his own third up and running, taking up into +1, charge, gateway composition. The army rotates, does hit the natural. Percival's out of position. And we're just catching reinforcements. Ooh, even catching a tank. Oh no, the tank! Ah, oh my god, the tank goes down. Now going for the Banshees. Blinks in, picks up a Banshee as well. Percival, he moves across the map. What else can he do? What else can he do? We're going for the repairs. We're trying to, at least. One more volley. Oh my god. Banshee barely gets away. Back at home, we have Stalkers. Charge is now done. And the final push here for Percival. The tank should be pounced upon. Yep, down goes the tank. Pulls back to the battery. Zealots do warp in. We're down to 4 Marines. 3, 2, 1. GG. And Classic takes game number 1. GG, well played. With that, Classic does take a lead in the series. Winning it back, again, Classic, he went for a proxy across the map. Percival, when it came to his build, he went for a greedy build, went for a Rax expand, but unfortunately he did not scout the proxy location. He did scout, he did check the 4th location towards the right hand side, but didn't check towards the left, so he unfortunately was not able to confirm what was going on, and things went from bad to worse as SCVs were falling one after the other, and everything just very quickly snowballed out of control in favor of Classic. Remember, Percival, he lost 11 SCVs, a depot, 2 Marines, Hellion, bunker, critical damage dealt early on. GG. That was game. That was game then and there. And we'll see how our players do adjust coming to game number 2. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of 10,000 feet, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing Team Virtus Pro, leading the series 1-0. It is Classic. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Blue Terran. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. It is Percival. Here we go. As we are going to be settling in, we do have our TVP, and again the pressure is on our Terran player here. Now that we're loading into a smaller map, there's a higher chance that we do go for a double gas build, that we go for a safer start into a delayed CC. Eyes are going to be on our Terran player. Meanwhile, Classic moves in. This time no proxy, this time just scouting. The gateway is back at home. So a standard build out of Classic is playing standard. Classic pokes in, does confirm, only 1 gas. So single gas opener. We have the same build 2 games in a row out of Percival. We'll see if he goes for a high ground CC or a low ground command center. Regardless, is a more economic build. So I do like this out of Percival. He doesn't flinch. After what happened in game 1, doesn't overreact, it doesn't play overly safe. Still going for an economic start. And it's going to be instead up to Classic to adjust. As Percival is going to have a much more comfortable early game. I mean, he'll just have a game. He can play some StarCraft, baby. True, true. As you see, Reaper's on the way. But now we're opening up. Once again, welcome to 10,000 feet. 10,000 feet is a smaller map, but shorter rush distance by ground. Aggression is favored here, but there's more of a give and take. I will say that because of the shorter rush distance, reinforcements arrive across the map very, very quickly, and you can push very, very fast as well. All lanes are common as a result of that, but on the flip side, these bases are more defendable. Right, the natural, the third, and the fourth are very centralized, they're very condensed, so rotating, pivoting between these three bases is quite easy. Quite easy here for the defending player. Likewise, we do have the high ground here at the fort expansion. The one downside, of course, is the ravine here. The ravine on the other side of the cliff face does allow for tanks to punish that mineral line. True. It does get punished. Oh, something you don't see too often here, a robo opener. Creator, he's a lot more fond of robo openers, and when it comes to all the players out there, I do think of Creator when I think of robo in PvT. Interesting to see Classic embrace it here as well. As the Reaper moves in, gets one probe kill, not bad. Not a bad start. Now, when it comes to robo openers, what does this entail? Typically, it means a Colossus-based build. Early robo can lead into the early Bay, into early Colossus play. This used to be very, very common back in the day on maps like Side Delta. This would have been like 2021, 2022, a number of years ago. It can hard counter 3 axes. We can see that it's going to be a 1-1-1, so a very different kind of build out of Percival. And we'll see if it's for the Bay. No, it's going to be Robo into Twilight Council. Still a very safe build. It allows for early detection, but this will delay Blink. So maybe overly safe here from Classic. This does set Classic behind. So Percival settling in. Going for his own Mind Drop. Into his Bio follow-up. Again, I don't blame Classic for being overly safe. We did mention earlier here that this map does favor aggression, and all-ins are quite common on this map as well. Going for early charge, not blink. Prism is on the way. And we'll keep an eye on the gateway count for Classic. True. The Prism does allow Classic to be assertive here in the early game. He can be assertive, he can warp into depths, he can head into the mineral lines, he needs to find some damage here. Oh, as he's going for the Temple Archives on 2 bases. Okay, very tech heavy. Mind Drop comes in, no major damage, does get a Stalker though. Okay, 1 Stalker does go down. Other Mind Drop is baited, nice control, diving into the Gas Geyser, into the Assimilator. But essentially what's happening here is that we're going for a Gateway Explosion, we're going for early Storm. Again, third base is heavily delayed here, and this does come into a very, very strong Storm timing. So early strong Storm timing is on the way. And we have seen Classic kill many a player with this as well. It can be brutal. As Percival is in the dark. Drop comes in. The early Prism is a tell. Percival, he has yet to confirm the main. Oh, he has yet to scout. Behind this going to Stim, +1, combat shields. Helis, they poke in. They don't scout too much. Now, upon seeing the initial Prism harass, Percival, he's aware it's a Robo, but behind this it could be a Robo into a Bay, could be into Blink. Percival, he didn't see the third base timing. Percival, he's still unaware. And being active like this is very risky. Remember, Classic, all these gateways are about to come online. He's about to go for one big push. Chop is moving forward. Does for the High Temple. He knows. Yeah, now he knows. Baits out a Storm. Baits out 1 Storm already. This means that is 1 less Storm across the map. So already a good start. Another Storm once again. Oh, the Prism! Ooh, Prism barely gets away. But again, so far this is well worth it. He does double back around, and the Prism goes down. Massive pick off. Now there's no more reinforcements across the map. The push is delayed. Percival still rallying. Again, this is a really risky playstyle here from Percival being the aggressor instead. But so far it's paying off. He baited out 2 storms, sniped the Warp Prism. Pushing on the right-hand side. The best defense being a good offense here. And remember, Classic, he wanted to push out across the map. He wanted to. The Immortal, oh, does barely get away. The Immortal pulls away in time. Classic is trying to keep up. Percival, he wants that Immortal. He wants it. He gets it. The Immortal goes down. The Immortal goes down. High Templar, they're exposed. Forcing out 2 more storms. And again, Percival making the best out of a bad situation. Drops into the main. Cashing out some Stalkers. Ideally, he wants a High Templar. Does force out the Archon as a result. War Prism is finally being rebuilt. And Percival even landing his 3rd base again. Just hyper aggression here, and it's working quite well. It's working very nicely. But it still comes down to their storms. Speaking of, Storm does graze the army. Decent mine connection. Just the one though. Percival rotating once again. And what's important here is that he's just not allowing Classic to move out. Classic, he just cannot push. He's stuck at home. The Prism does sneak out towards the left-hand side. Ooh, it does get spotted. Yeah, Percival does spot the Prism. Some more good movement, throwing away 2 Marauders. 2 Marauders are going to be thrown away. Ghosts are in position, ready for the EMPs. Oof. Once again, the Prism goes down. Twice now. Classic just cannot be active. It's all coming down to 1 main push. Percival coming in, does have a couple of EMPs available. Here come the storms. Ooh, EMP lands. But there's still 3 more High Templar. There's still 3 more storms. Once again, EMP does graze 1 Templar. There are so many clumped up though. Does snipe 1. Forcing out the Archon. At the same time, there's a counterattack, but there are reinforcements back at him to defend. Percival is holding. He defends nicely. The Prism was on the center tower within range. So this Prism should be sniped. Oh no! Yeah, the Prism goes down once again. The 3rd Prism falls without getting across the map. Ay, ay, ay. Here comes the 4th War Prism. Let's go. 4th time's the charm. Cap. But as a result, you can see here that Classic is far behind supply-wise. Percival is snowballing out of control. Massive EMP goes off on the Zealots. The one thing keeping Classic alive are the High Templar. The Storms. That's the one thing keeping him alive. Without those Storms, it'll all be over. He does need them to connect, and that is a lot of High Templar. That's a lot of Storms. At least some of them have to connect, as long as they don't clump up. So I'm a little bit concerned here. They're all clumped up at the moment. We got to split, Pap. We got to split. Army comes in behind. Does it the natural. Classic trying to keep up. EMP on the Stalkers. Ooh, 1 ghost goes down. Another EMP goes off. These are some expensive losses here for Percival. Does pick up, does pull away. At the same time, Percival moving in. And he should kill the expansion. And Classic is just being torn apart. He's being torn apart. Another base goes down. Now headed towards bottom left. At the same time, a nice Zealot round by, but once again, the reinforces the Prism. The 4th Prism goes down. That's the 4th one, Pappy. Barely gets expansion. We're gonna get out of here. Picks up, pulls away. Ooh, we lose 1 full medevac. So some losses here by Percival. But these are still better trades. Percival just killed 2 expansions. Classic, he has no economy. Oh no, the medevacs. Oh my god. Medevacs are trapped. Percival will see if he can break him out. Ooh, feedbacks and storms. Oh my god. Ah, the Feedbacks and another storm. Yeah, a lot of storms being spent, but we have more where that came from. Percival, I don't think he should be out here. There's still a lot of storms left over. Yeah, there's still a lot of storms. Oh my god. Yeah, storms just being thrown down all over the place. And Percival, he has to get out of here. He has to pull away. Barely doesn't get the Warpism. That is the 5th Warpism, by the way. The breed! Casito. Almost. He almost gets it. And Classic is all in. Classic is all in. Bearing in mind that Percival, he just lost 3 full medevacs. He just lost 3 full medevacs. Percival, he's in danger. He's in danger. He's in trouble. The all-in is coming. We still have more storms. The storms, they just keep connecting. Oh my god. There's what, 2 storms left, soon to be 3. And Classic, he may have just done it. He may have just done it here. Again, Classic, he was forced into an all-in, but Percival, again, he lost 3 full medevacs and he engaged out in the open. He got baited. He overextended, he got overconfident. Another storm in the main army. We stand in the storms. Yeah, he's just standing. Standing in the storms, brutal damage. Oof. And Classic is overwhelming. Just overwhelming the army. I say that the Archons are getting quite low. It's going to be 1. There's going to be 2 Archons falling. Storm zones away. That was the final storm. Okay. Percival, can he hold? No more storms. Can he hold on? Can he clean this up? As he needs another EMP. Down to 4 Archons. 4 Archons remaining. Down to 3. 3 Archons left. Nice force field. Very nice. But there's no more Zealots here. There's no more Zealots. No more reinforcements. The army's heavily overstimmed. Oof. Medevacs going down. There's soon to be 1 storm available. Storm lands. Jesus. Stock up. We have more storms coming in. He reinforces. He's got 2 more. They just keep coming. The storms are here. You got behind this classic long distance mining from the corner base, which is hyper inefficient. It could just be long distance mining here from his 3rd. Still got a very bare bones economy. Percival is on a 2 base economy himself. Planetary at the 3rd. Remember, the longer this game goes on, the better it's going to be for Percival. He just has to buy time. Gets an Archon. Archon goes down. EMP goes massive EMP on the army. Percival can... Oh, it takes out the Prism. 1 Archon left. Very scrappy, very messy, but 1 Archon remaining. Does go down. That's it. That's the final army here for Classic. And remember, Percival, he has mules. He has a stronger economy. Classic, the supply does lie. The supply here, Classic has what, 50 probes, but his long distance mining. Like, this mining is not efficient at all. So the economy for Classic is worse and has been worse this entire time. That's why we mentioned he was all in, and the all in fails. We have all these orbitals, so many expansions. Percival, he's on 5 bases. And again, Classic, he was all in, the all in fails, and Percival, he can now snowball out of control. He can now break out. It was close. It was close. Classic, he should have been dead in the water long ago, but he made a game out of it. He fought as hard as he could. Percival was scanning. He's like, do you really have no bases? He's like, it's like, what's going on? Do you really have nothing? He's got some storms. He's got storms. Classic can just try to buy some time. Ghosts are moving in. Ooh. Storms, they do zone. Oh, massive. Finally, massive EMP. 0 storms left. And this is the final push here. The final army for Classic, trying desperately to hold on. Desperately. I mean, the army is low. We get some Archon shots. Archon volleys, EMPs, they come in to reinforce. And with that, we're forced in the ace match. We're going all the way to game 3. GG gets called. And Percival ties up the series 1-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. We're getting into the ace match here. As we mentioned, a Classic, he was being torn apart early on. Winding it back a little bit, Classic went for a hyper defensive build by rushing into the early robo. Then he went for his own essentially 2-base all in by going into fast storm. But Classic, he was denied any kind of move outs because Percival, he was hyper aggressive. Percival, he was so aggressive, so in the face of Classic, able to push in, able to make a strong defense with a better offense by catching out and forcing storms. He was forcing defensive storms, catching out some High Templar, dropping into mineral lines, dropping into bases, and Classic couldn't push. The whole point of his build was to go for a big storm timing, but he failed to move out across the map. Remember, how many prisms went down? 5. He made prism after prism after prism. Whenever he made them, he moved out across the map, and every time he was caught. He was just caught out. So many war prisms went down in this game. The prisms, they were meant to allow him to push across the map to reinforce and to commit, but he just couldn't. He was stuck at home. Classic was stuck at home until he was forced into the all-in, and things almost even out for him there. Like, things were very close towards the end. As you mentioned, Percival, he got his triple drop caught. 3 drops full of units were caught out on the map, so he plummeted in supply, and there was an opening, there was a window. Classic, he almost pulled it off, he almost pulled off the upset, but Percival did barely hold on. As we mentioned, the longer the game went on, the better it was for Percival. GG. GG, well played, and with that, we're now getting into the ace match. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss being forced into the ace match. It is a Classic. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Blue Terran player himself. It is Percival. We go, as we are once again going for the proxy, just like game 1. Let's go. So Classic is hoping for an economic build out of Percival, and the goal here is to punish said economic build. Oh boy. Again, this is a repeat of the previous game. Buenos días, buenos días, la grasa, buenos días. Bienvenidos, bienvenidos. Why does it move out like that? He just has to survive. I mean, Percival, he was hoping he could catch out all the High Templar, if you recall. Remember, it was a mainly High Templar composition for a Classic, and Percival, he was overconfident, assuming he could catch out all those High Templar. Obviously, he did overextend, and it would have taken a better fight defensively, but that was like the thought process there for Percival, was to catch out the Templar and to punish the move out and to save his medevacs. Remember, the goal was to save them. Obviously, he failed to do so, but that's what he was attempting, I should say. Feel like he threw? Oh, este Sancho. Yo, calm down with your backseating, by the way. Calm yourself. As for now, we're building up. We do have our initial Zelda on the way. Remember, the goal here is to try to punish the CC, but Percival, fun fact, he does check across the map, he does scout, does confirm the lack of gateway, and he sets up on the high ground. Very nice setup here, very nice reaction. So thanks to the SCV scout, we have a bunker already on the way and the CC on the high ground. This so far is a much better start for Percival compared to game 1, where he was caught with his pants down. So nice scouting, nice reaction, nice information, and the game will continue from here. As Zelda's going to be going down. And again, Classic, he will at least contain, he will at least deny the low ground. That is true, but ideally Classic wanted more than this. He wanted to at least force a cancel. So Percival's looking good. Percival's looking good. Stalker's going to be reinforcing Adepts as well. Remember, the goal here now for Classic is delay for as long as possible. Just keep Percival contained for as long as he can without losing too much. The Zelts are expendable, the Stalker is not. We'll get some high ground vision. Behind this, Twilight Council opener out of Classic. Eventually, Percival should get his Cyclone. Cyclone's going to be on the way, and with the help of the Cyclone, he can break out. He can break out, he can snowball out of control, and finally take his own natural. Ooh, went behind a Dark Shrine. Okay. Cheeky move here by Classic. Now the hope, the goal is that Percival, because his economy is delayed, that he's muling. That he mules his heart out, and that he mules too much. We have seen TVPs instantly end with the Terran player muling at the wrong moment, and then DTs arrive. So that is the goal. Once again, the natural is going to be delayed. Oh, we're going for the tank, not the cyclone. I mean, that is an alternate kind of response. It does mean that there's no pushing power, though. There's no way to, like, chase down some of these gateway units. The medevac can help in that regard. Yep, there's the Siege. Percival, he's pushing. This is much more committed. He gets spotted. This also means that we could use DTs defensively. It could be defensive Dark Templar as well. Engaging with the army. So far, nice control by Percival. He will lose one Marine. Yeah, 1, 2 Marines go down. Losing up to 3. Oof. The tank taking a lot of hits, and Percival is falling apart a little bit. Yeah, missing some of the micro, missing some of the control. Marine goes down. Tank attempts to... Another tank! Oh my god. Okay. Does punish the Stalkers. Where the Dark Templar. Now warping in. Percival, he is holding on to some energy. Oh, does he see? Does he scout? He does! There's a scan. Scan goes... Oh no, the tank goes down. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, tank does go down. Behind this, DT's already in the main base though, and there's no scan. Wow, there's... Hold on, we're holding onto one scan in a couple of seconds. Now available. DT into the natural. There's that one scan. Raven's on the way, but still brutal damage here. Yeah, the Invisible Man is pretty good. The Invisible Man here, 9. SCV is going to be going down. Forcing back the entire army, forcing out more scans, denying any kind of mining at the natural. Getting up to 12 SCV kills. Raven finally does arrive, but this is critical damage. Oof. Yeah, 12 SCV kills. Remember, the eBay just finished. That's why there was no turrets, as we just couldn't make any. And Percival's all in. Percival is completely all in, one way or another. No, the Raven! The Raven gets sniped. One more volley does get picked off. That means he can't mule back at home. He needs those scans. Speaking of, there's that first scan. Boys are being pulled, as we mentioned. Percival, he's all in. It's all or nothing. He cannot macro out of this, not anymore, as another DT does hit the natural. And the final army is just being surrounded. I mean, GG gets called. The tanks get surrounded, and the Classic will shut down the push, shut down the all-in. Classic will claim the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Classic, he will claim the series. A hyper-aggressive back and forth here. Went all the way to the ace match, and honestly, Percival had a good start. He had a good start. He was able to scout, confirm the proxy, set up defensively back at home, slowly expand, but the DTs did catch him off guard, right? Did catch him with his pants down. They were able to deal critical damage back at home. He was desperately trying to go into the Raven. He only had a handful of scans. He had no eBay, so he had no defensive turrets either. The eBay finished at the end of the game when it was already too late, and he was just torn apart by the Dark Templar, and also by the Stalker aggression as well. GG. GG, well played. Whew. With that, Classic, he will claim the series. He will advance on into the grand finals, and he's waiting for the winner of our next matchup. Let's go. Let us go. Let's go. As it looks like we have our lower semis ready here. Okay, exclamation mark. Be in the chat to have a look at the back yourselves. Let us go. Beautiful, beautiful. As ByuN, of course, took down G Machine 2-0 earlier, and SHIN, oh, he takes down Geralt 2-0 as well. So we have our lower semis. It's going to be ByuN versus SHIN in a best of 3 to determine who will face off against Classic in the next round. Let's go. Whew. Let us go. As we have our next series, we have our next matchup. Terran versus Zerg. Oh boy. So in the end, we did have an all-Korean semi-finals. Again, was hoping for Jumi, Cristiano, Machine, or Geralt to pose a threat here. But as we mentioned before, Cristiano did forfeit and the other players did not manage to make it through. But regardless, I'm sure did post some really good games, and we're able to catch up with that a little bit later on. Bearing in mind that if you're in the chat, if you want to replays from events like this, we do provide them to our subscribers and to our patrons. When it comes to events like Sparkling Tuna Cup or other events we have permission to share, like OSC, Platinum Esports League. Rongi Cup, Lily Cup, Kung Fu Cup as well. But let's go. Let us go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner. Oh god. Hold on. Where's my translations, papi? Un momento, papi. Un momento. They're always bantering. Always. Alright, there we go. Here we go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the orange Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the red Zerg player. The red Zerg player himself. Oh, un momento. I will have to fix that up. Red Zerg player himself, the South Korean Zerg. It is SHIN. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open. Place your bets. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Best of luck as we delve into our best of 3. As a reminder, Classic is waiting in the next round for the winner of this very matchup. Let's go. Let's go. If you're curious what they were saying, I thought it was Minsu. Something that could be a little bit confusing is that it's very rare for Korean players to call each other by their IDs. They typically call each other by their IRL names. So who's Minsu? Is that Percival? No, that is not Percival. Where am I? Oh. We're jumping in. Invisible Man strong. Invisible Men are pretty good. They're pretty good. The Invisible Man. It's crazy. Might be crazy. If you noticed, SHIN did go for a delayed gas. He went for a hatch pool gas opener. Interesting. Now, SHIN, he's been known for a lot of 2-base all-ins. A lot of 2-base play here, especially in TVZ. We've been seeing that quite a lot. We saw that in RSL. We saw that in other Tuna Cups and other online events. We can see that ByuN, he wants that drone. Does poke back and forth. And you can see there are 0 lings for SHIN. 0 Zerglings. Remember, he went for a more awkward build, a faster hatchery into a faster pool into earlier queen production. SHIN is cutting corners. He's being quite greedy here, and I'm curious to see where he spends his gas. You can see link speed is on the way, but SHIN stays in gas. This should be for a fast lair. So I'm leaning towards a fast lair into 2-base lair play. Otherwise, we could see a Roach Horn into an early Roach all-in. But again, 2-base Roach, 2-base Muta, 2-base Hydra. That's kind of what the kind of build we expect out of SHIN. That is what he's been embracing quite heavily over the past couple of months. Is it Minsu Solar? Oh, there you go. Yeah, I think Minsu is Solar. I think ByuN was making a joke that's like, oh, I thought you were Solar. And SHIN's like, we all look the same to you, don't we? All the Korean Zerg players. Smoge. As there it is going to be 2-base lair into 2-base Roach. As we mentioned before, 2-base play is very prominent when it comes to SHIN's playstyle in TVZ. And we should be seeing this every game of the series. I'm not saying that we'll be seeing 2-base Roach, but 2-base Roach, 2-base Muta, 2-base Hydra, like that's kind of what we expect. As the Roach one is hidden behind the mineral line, and we're expecting a Roach all in. ByuN goes over the scout. Oh, and he does get a scout off. The Reaper goes down, but he sees the Roach one. He knows. Yeah, ByuN, he knows. He's fully aware. Behind this, already going into his own 1-on-1 Banshee play. Getting to his own 3rd CC. Roach speed has begun. Eva chamber gets thrown down. Now, my assumption is that Ragnarok, that Shin was going to be going for a 2-base all in, but because he just got scouted, he throws out the Eva chamber for an upgrade for a longer game. So it feels like Shin is going to be pivoting into a 3-base economy. We'll see if that's the case. +1 carapace has begun. We'll see if he turns up completely. Meanwhile, ByuN is still setting up back at home. Oh, hello. Now, my assumption was that he got scouted and he was going to pivot into droning, but no, he gets scouted and he's going to double down and go for a German taxi. Okay. Shin, he made a couple of drones, but only a handful of them, and here come the Dropper Lords. So this is going to be for the queens. It's going to be a Roach Queen all-in out of Shin. We do see this. We used to actually see this quite often on Gressvan, if you remember. Gressvan, Jesus, that was like 3-4 years ago. That was... but this was often seen to like all in against a player that attempted to go into like mech. So it would try to hard counter or shut down meching players. Here comes Shin. Behind this, Shin does drone actually. Interesting. Yeah, Shin is hard isn't in this. He's pushing, and I think the goal is to spread creep on the third. I don't see him doing much more than that. Does hit the natural. I mean, he is scaring ByuN quite heavily here. Okay. Knocking down the wall. We'll see if we can spread those tumors. Boys are being pulled. Queens are exposed. Oh. Yeah, boys are being pulled. Damage is being done. A tumor gets thrown down, and the tumor does not finish. As you mentioned, the goal here is to spread creep. And he fails to do so. But Shin does the least by mining, and behind this is droning heavily. So he's macroing. He's macroing up behind this. Again, this is a fake all in, but it's still quite committed. And he will lose everything. Yeah, the Raven doesn't get sniped, but the Queens go down. Is that a Raven? Yeah, well, crazy. ByuN is able to expand. And from here, ByuN should be able to counterattack. Just waiting for more medevacs. Back at home, Shin is droning, trying to build up in towards the mid game, and going from roaches into Hydra Tech. Okay. Most likely into lurkers, but you have my attention. Shin. Yeah. ByuN is trying to be active. ByuN's being active again. The goal here for ByuN is to try to punish Shin's greed and punish his droning. Shin going for his own drop counter play. Let's go. Drop wasn't moving out. Hellions get surrounded. But I believe ByuN did scout the Hydra Den. Yep, does scout, does confirm at least some of the tech. Dropping into the main. Shin is ready. Shin is in position. Oof. ByuN does at least cash the Dropper Lord. And nice pick off. It does look like Shin, he had it in the same control group as the roaches in the main, so a bit of miscontrol there by Shin. Dropper Lord does go down. Oh, as ByuN has to respect this army. Bearing in mind that Shin is about to max. He's about to max out and then push across the map. You know, my level people make more missile targets to build are less optimized. I mean, at lower levels you can do whatever you want. Like you can. I don't think that necessarily applies to anything that's happened in our series or in the broadcast. But yeah. I think maybe some people look at pro gameplay and they feel like we have to play this way, but at low levels, like anything is viable. Like it's fine. You play how you want. Meanwhile, again, Shin is max. He does push in. 3 tanks go down, and with that, there's no background. There's no background to the army. There's 1 tank left. GG gets called. Shin snowballs out of control, and Shin takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, I was concerned that Shin wouldn't find or would be punished a little bit too hard after his move out, but Shin did well for himself. He was able to kill some SCVs, take down all the depots, and keep ByuN contained on 2 bases while he droned up. And he got away with the droning. He got away with droning up back at home, got up to 4 base economy, 4 base saturation, built up into his Roach Hydra, and Shin just snowballed out of control from there. ByuN, he had to do more damage with his drop play. His drops didn't do anything. He traded with roaches, didn't find any economic damage, and Shin just took it from there. GG. GG, well played. With that, Shin does take a lead in the series, and we'll see if he can claim the series 2-0. We'll see if ByuN can bounce back. Let's go as we load into Mothership. So you do load in. But again, some heavy mind games out of Shin. Winding it back, remember, Shin, he initially was going to go for a 2-base roach all in, then he got scouted, and then he went for a 3-base play instead. Still went for the drop lord, still went for the initial German taxi, but he wasn't committed. The goal there wasn't to kill. The goal was just to maim, was just to keep ByuN busy, force an overreaction, and then just drone up being greedy. And be greedy behind it, and he got away with his greed. Shin, he got away with his greed, and here we go. We're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the top right hand corner of Mothership, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the orange Terran. We have the orange Terran player himself representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Zerg player. The red Zerg player himself. It is Shin. We go as we are settling into game number 2 here, and again, a very quirky build out of Shin in game 1, and we're expecting more quirky builds here in game number 2 as well. As we mentioned previously, Shin is known for his 2-base play. Last game went for 2-base roach, 2-base lair, into a fast roach push, into heavy greed behind it. This time, gas first. Ooh, gas first into a pull, into a very late expansion. Shin is going for an all-in. This can lead into a Link Flood, this can lead into a Bane Bust, or this can lead into a Roach Rush. What is scary though is that ByuN doesn't see, doesn't know, and because we're on Mothership, there's even a chance that ByuN fails to scout the main base as well. Scouting can be even further delayed because ByuN doesn't know where Shin is. Oh boy. Likewise, this Overlord should not reveal itself. It does have more vision than the building itself, so we should be hiding the Overlord here on the top pillars. We'll see where this gas is going to be spent. As ByuN does go Rax expand. Oh wait, no, sorry, CC first. Jesus. So CC first out of ByuN, Hyper Greed. Shin, he does have his initial 100 gas. Link speed is on the way, and is still mining gas. This is not normal. It's not normal to mine gas here. So it's looking like a Bane Bust. You can see the Overlord does stay on top of the pillar, does scout his opponent, does confirm the CC first. And I would like to see a Roach roll in from here. We'll see if it's going to be Roaches or Banelings. Yeah, the drone is behind the mineral line. We need a little bit more minerals here. We have the gas for the nest. And there, oh wait, whoa, what? Evo chamber? Okay, in my mind, there were 2 options. There was Baneling Nest or Roach Warren. Yeah, was that a misclick? Like, Evo chamber is not a thing. Hold on. What's going on? So a bit of a quirky build here. I think that might have been a misclick here out of Shin, going for the early chamber. It's kind of weird. Does cancel, pulls back into gas. God damn it, Diva. And it is going to be a fast lair. So we do have our lair on the way. Some inefficiencies here and there. With the fast lair, we can turn this into 2-base Muta, 2-base Roach, 2-base Hydra. But this is a really awkward early game for Shin. He has to do something with these Lings. Link speed is not done. He needs SCV kills. Does move in. Can he get on top of the Marines? He cannot. Yeah, quick reaction there by ByuN. Hellion pops out as well. So far, nice damage though. He does get 1, 2, 3, 4 CVs. 4 CVs, nice mining. Oh, I see. We're going for Dropper Lords. We're going to be sending the Queens across the map. Okay. We're going for queens. So it's going to be a Link Queen all in with Dropper Lords. Yep, there we go. That might be too many Dropper Lords, but sure. As SHIN is completely all in. And remember, ByuN sees nothing. ByuN, he has had zero scouting information. And he's going for a third CC behind this as well. I believe that was a faster third. Yeah, ByuN is supply blocked. So delay here on the medevac. Sorry, Liberator. So big delay here on the Liberator. ByuN is supply blocked. We do need some depots. Again, it's just been a very shaky early game. Jobs are moving out. They do scout each other. As ByuN, he does race back home. He's racing back home. 0 bunkers. He does evacuate though. Does evacuate the low ground. There we go. Bunkers on the way. Bunkers on the way in the main. At least he scouted. Otherwise, ideally, SHIN would have forced a fight on the low ground. He would have forced that fight. Trying to push further in. The boys are being pulled. Queens, they drop over the wall. Yeah, they're going for the Hellions. SHIN, can he break through? It's close. It's so close here. Marines, they go down. Clutch transfuse, keeping the Queen alive. But the bunker finishes. Yeah, the bunker does finish. Liberator as well. And it looks like ByuN is holding. Yeah, ByuN, he's holding on. Massive big ups here. Liberator goes ham. Yeah, mass repair on the Liberator. Queens are going down one after the other. And the all-in is failing. The all-in does fail. And again, it is crucial that ByuN saw the drop lords in the middle of the map. It is crucial. It's quite lucky, actually, because remember, ByuN didn't know where SHIN was. He didn't know where he was, and he happened to be going in that direction. So very fortunate there for ByuN. And SHIN is in a rough place. SHIN is in a very rough position. As SHIN, he needed more damage. SHIN is behind. SHIN, he's behind economically. He's only on 2 bases. ByuN is on 3. 3 bases, 3 orbitals, extra mules, extra workers. ByuN is getting further ahead, and SHIN forced into 2 base muta, but it's delayed at 2 base muta. Oof, very delayed. Now, ideally, these mutas are able to buy time, right? The goal here is to deny drop play, is to get some economic damage and keep ByuN busy back at home, while SHIN claims a 3rd and a 4th, and most likely double expands. So that is the goal here for SHIN. That is the goal. There's a very slim chance that this works, but I mean, what else can you do, right? Like, like you have to take a risk, you have to gamble. Otherwise, there's no coming back in this game. Here come the mutas. Scan reveals the spire. Oof. That's it. ByuN knows. ByuN is aware. And turrets are on the way. Yeah, turrets are being thrown down. Ay, ay, ay. Now, all that ByuN needs to really do here is just chill. Just chill, calm down, build up on 2 bases, claim a 3rd, throw down your turrets, and then push on 3 expansions. As SHIN is looking for damage. Just gotta be careful. Ooh, SHIN, he commits in. Yeah, he commits in. Stim is done. SHIN gets punished. That was not worth it. Oh. Yeah, he's getting surrounded. Losing 1 muta already. Losing 1 mutalisk. Rotating to the natural. Doesn't get much done. And ByuN just has to make sure he's in position. Widow mines are getting caught out. Okay, gets 1. Gets 2. Nice moves out of SHIN. 2 Winter Mines and a couple of Marines. Finally, some damage. It's something. It's not bad. Nice pickups. Behind this, SHIN is still droning, still saturating, still catching up. Gets 2 Marines. Not bad. So SHIN is getting some value at least. Just finding some value. Oh, has to be careful. Ideally, he wants to catch these medevacs. Fourth base is on the way, and again, the fourth base is late. SHIN cannot defend if this army gets across the map. That's why he's just so actively here trying to delay, forcing out some stims, forcing a burrow. He has to delay. And ideally, he's able to collapse on half the army at a time. Tells him to fight half at a time. Hey, finds these Marines, okay. We'll lose 1, we'll lose 2 meters. 2 meters go down, but not the worst trade here for SHIN. That was what, 2 meters for what, 8 Marines? SHIN ready for a run by. Baits out the mine shot, catching a Widow Mine, okay. Once again, very meticulous moves here by SHIN. Behind this, he's still droning, working on 2-2, slowly building up his Ling Bane. Meanwhile, ByuN likewise working on Drilling Claws, and I believe I saw a Thor. Yeah, he's got 1 Thor. He has a 1 Thor with the main army. SHIN, he is still not yet recovered. Like, SHIN is still behind. But he has been gaining at least some value. We got 3 turrets being thrown down, Jesus. Turrets on the way. SHIN, he rotates over. There's only 1 turret here at the natural. There's an opening. Oh. Gets a mine. Yeah, I was going to say there was an opening here, and I think ByuN saw it as well, so he throws down 2 more turrets. 3 turrets at the natural. ByuN does seal this up. And now there isn't really a way in. ByuN is turtled up very nicely. He's turtled up nicely. 3 threes on the way. Once again, the best that SHIN can hope for is to scout this kind of flanking army and to pick it off. The Thor does help. Oh, no, the Thor gets caught. Yeah, Thor gets caught out. Bit of miscontrol out of ByuN. A nice pick up here by SHIN. Catching essentially a free Thor. SHIN, he has to be careful though. Oh no, the mine shot. Oh god. The mine shot goes off. Brutal connection. SHIN, I said we have to be careful. Aye. Again, SHIN's army is so fragile. It's so fragile. He's behind in upgrades. Thankfully, 3-3 doesn't kick in yet. Bleeds out some Banelings. SHIN, he has no Infestors. He has no Fungals. Nice pre-split here by ByuN. And now finally, ByuN pushes. He's finally able to move out across the map, but Lings they attempt to run by. Base goes down. As you mentioned, SHIN cannot engage. He's trying to lure the army further into creep. SHIN is hoping for a surround. Creepers are seating. We gotta go for it. Does pull the trigger. SHIN commits. Yeah, SHIN commits in. We get some okay Baneling connections. Not bad. The Banelings are connected towards the end. Okay. SHIN collapsing on the Marines. Getting on top of the Thor. And SHIN, he looks like he will barely clean this up. The Mutase still reign supreme here, but there's no Willing Bane. Yeah, there's no Willing Bane on the ground. And the scary thing here about what just happened is that is all that SHIN had. He has no bank, right? Because of the worst economy that SHIN has had this entire game, he has no bank. So ByuN will be able to remax faster. That's why the soup does lie, papi. Like, both armies were close in supply, but ByuN had a bank, ByuN has an economy, SHIN does not. ByuN now has the better upgrades. 3-3 is now done. Likewise, ByuN is almost maxed. He's almost maxed out. A nice catch here from SHIN. Gets a Widowmine. And ByuN is maxed. Oh boy. ByuN does wedge himself into the bases, pushing in towards the natural, going for the kill. Banelings, they try to roll in, they run into mainly Marauders. Oof. As Banelings, they do not quite connect. Nice blitz, nice spread. Banelings off a creep, they barely do anything. And ByuN can just keep pushing into aim if happy. You could argue maybe too many Marauders, true. Not much anti-air here for ByuN, but GG gets called regardless. And ByuN ties up the series. We're going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. ByuN does have the series. We're going all the way to game number 3. We're going to the ace match. Winding it back here again, SHIN, he was hyper all-in, hyper aggressive early on by going for the Link Queen all-in, going for the Dropper Lords. As soon as that failed, SHIN was behind. SHIN, he was very, very far behind. The Hail Mary play for SHIN to try to recover in this game was to go into Mutas. The goal there, the hope was to catch some SCV kills, kill some workers, catch some Medivacs, catch some Marines, and buy some time and slowly catch up and max out. But if you recall, ByuN scouted. ByuN scanned the natural, so he saw the Spire coming. SHIN was already almost dead in the water to begin with, but then ByuN was able to scout, confirm, and he was able to keep up with the Mutas. We did see that SHIN did find some damage. He was catching some Marines here and there, some Widowmines here and there. He called a Thor, but the reality is that was not enough. That was not enough damage that SHIN was finding, and with that ByuN snowballed out of control. But here we go, we're getting into the ace match. Oh boy. Un momento. There we go, spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the South Korean Terran player, we have the Orange Terran representing Shopify. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg. It is SHIN. Here we go. We've made it to the ace match, the final series of this semifinals match, bearing in mind that Classic is waiting in the grand finals for the winner of this series. It's either going to be a PVZ or PVT. Oh boy. And again, SHIN has been hyper aggressive, hyper all in this entire series, going for different builds, of course, but this is kind of what we expect, right? It's what we expect out of SHIN, and we're expecting more aggression here in game 3 as well. We'll see what kind of aggression. Once again, it is going to be a hatch pool opener out of SHIN. ByuN going for his own CC first, 2 games in a row. Jesus. Bold move versus SHIN, but it's going to pay off. It's going to pay off here. So CC first into a later Rax. Hyper greed out of ByuN. And he should get away with it. Same build he went for last game. Also, when it came to last game, we did give a lot of emphasis to the drop from ByuN. If you recall, before the Muta play, before the 2-base Muta, we saw the initial lane Queen all in, and the drop lords were scouted by the medevac going across the map. That was also kind of like the big pivotal moment that allowed ByuN to defend and to survive that early game. As soon as he saw the drop lords coming, it gave ByuN the time he needed to pull back to evacuate the low ground, to set up his bunker in the main base, and to fully abandon the low ground instead, to make that stand on the ramp, and with that he was able to hold, defend, and survive. If he hadn't seen the Dropper Lords, then he would have most likely fought on the low ground instead. Been caught out on the low ground, and we would have seen a very different outcome. So big moment there for ByuN. Otherwise, SHIN, he's banking up gas. He's banking up a lot of gas here. So once again, we have link speed, most likely into a very fast lair. So delayed third base, faster lair out of SHIN. Now, so far this series, we've already seen 2-base Muta, we've seen 2-base Roach, we have yet to see 2-base Hydra. So that's the one thing that we have yet to cross off our bingo card here for SHIN. That'll be in the back of my mind at least. Otherwise, on a map like this, on a map like Winter Madness, I'm not opposed to Muta play. Not opposed to it, but I am opposed to going Mutas 2 games in a row. Like that's something that I'm not fond of. Eyes are on SHIN. It is going to be Roaches. Okay. Hidden Roach Warren. We're going for the Roach all in. Let's go. Let us go. Now, if you remember, we saw this same build in game 1 on Ruby Rock. We did see it in game 1, but we saw a different variation because ByuN scouted. ByuN, he saw the Roach Warren, and that forced SHIN to go for the Evo Chamber, to go for an uncommitted push and drone up instead. We saw that in game 1. This time, we'll see if he gets scouted. We'll see if this time he just doubles down early on instead. As I believe the Evo Chamber was a response to the scout. I guess we'll see. Here we go. A-Roaches are on the way. SHIN, he's not droning. ByuN is moving out with his early Marine drop. He will scout with this as well. As ByuN does boost in. Lings will zone away. ByuN, he doesn't see the gas. Oof. Yeah, he fails to see the he fails the scouts. We have Hellions here on the left hand side. And ByuN is getting a third CC. He's going for the add-on swap as well. ByuN, I don't think he's seen the lack of drones yet. It's been a while since the Hellions went for the dive. And now he knows. Yeah, now he knows. Here comes you all in. And ByuN needs bunkers. ByuN, late scout, late reaction. Bunkers now being thrown down. SHIN, he's halfway across the map. We need those bunkers. Regardless, though, at least ByuN, he saw. Right, he saw the army. He has some seconds to respond here. We have 3 bunkers on the way. Liberator does catch some of the army. Gets a Ravager. Jesus. 1 Ravager goes down. Hellion shots going off. We have a full wall. Liberator does reposition. Oh my, does target fire as well. And ByuN is holding. Yeah, ByuN, he does hold. Insane here, catching out 2 Ravagers. And that's it. I mean, that's all he had. I mean, with that, ByuN, he repairs the depot. Maintains the wall. Bunkers are done. And SHIN is forced to drone. Oof. Yeah, the all-in has failed. He's forced to drone up. Tank volley's going off. Zoning back SHIN. SHIN, he'll at least get some damage here. Okay, gets 2 depots. Takes on 2 depots. SHIN is still droning up heavily. And looks like SHIN will heavily supply block ByuN though. Does get every depot. Okay. Takes down all the depots. Massive supply block for ByuN. And this will slow him down. This will slow ByuN down. SHIN now getting a 4th base. As we mentioned, he's droning up as much as possible. Taking his gases. Building up his upgrades. SHIN has a lot of catching up to do. There's a lot of catching up to do. But again, at least he was able to deal some damage. He was able to contain his opponent, force out all these bunkers, supply block ByuN. SHIN is still in this game. It's a shaky start, but he's still in this. As Lings, they do poke in. Does he get the tank? Wait, what? No, no, the tank! Force to lift. Yeah, force to pick up. Oof. A lot of tank shots going up. That's a lot of Lings going down. That's how many? That's 39 Lings falling so far. SHIN pulls away. ByuN claiming his third. As from here, SHIN pulls away. We have a safety infestation bit here. This will help. This does allow for infestors and fungal growths. So SHIN, he is building up in towards the mid game. He's droning up to 75. He's got an economy. SHIN is holding his own. As we mentioned before, the supply block did help quite a bit. Did help. Oh. Oh no! Yeah, Ravager goes down for free. Gets one, gets two. Two free Ravagers. Some rough pathing there from SHIN. Drop comes in from behind. Hive is on the way. I assume the pit was going to be for safety infestors, and there we go. We have a couple of infestors on the way. I feel like SHIN has recovered at this point. SHIN, he has recovered. SHIN is gaining map control. He is able to build up his economy. He's able to max out. SHIN does have an inefficient army. This is far too roach heavy, so SHIN does have to throw away some of these units to refine his composition. But for the most part, SHIN is in this game. SHIN is in this. We actually have a game. ByuN is being active with mainly with drops. Back at home, he's building up his own bio army. Down force to pick up. Fungal's coming in. We're going for the Metamax. Bold move. Yeah, cheeky move there by SHIN. Was not quite worth it. Ultra Caverns on the way. We got two more Infestors, two more Fungals. SHIN does spot the army. He's got that Fungal. Doesn't quite go for it though. ByuN also playing it safe, pulling away. ByuN does spot the Infestors. Again, so far SHIN is keeping up. He's keeping up, he's holding. Kind of splitting is on the way. That's going to be the big power spike for SHIN, are going to be these Ultras. And ByuN isn't ready for them. ByuN, he is maxed, but he's maxed out on Bio Tank. Ultras can excel. We have to make room there. The reality is that we have to make room for the Ultras. Microbial Shroud. Okay, let's go. It's been a while. But SHIN, he has been embracing Microbial Shroud with his Ultras. For those that don't recall, Microbial Shroud was buffed quite some time ago at this point. Does help against any range attack instead of just purely anti-air. Army collapsing in, getting a tank. Not bad. Gets one. Can we get two? The Biles! Ooh, barely not. He needed one more bile. Nice fungal, no follow-up. ByuN does maintain this position. Meanwhile, again, as we bleed out roaches, we have Ultras replacing. Plenty of Ultras on the way. And as we mentioned, ByuN has no ghosts. No ghosts, no liberators. ByuN is not ready for Hive Tech. There's no academy. And SHIN can do this. He can pull this off. With a couple of well-placed Microbial Shrouds, this tank line can be dealt with. We just need the shrouds. ByuN does hit across the map. SHIN commits. Yeah, he does commit in. There's the first microbial shroud. There's a second. Again, pushing into the siege line. There's a third. All the way to the tanks, just creating a pathway. And that's a heavy overstim here for ByuN. Ooh, does Kai well though. Kai's back. It cleans up every single ultra. And this is all that SHIN has, by the way. Like, this is this is very committed. As SHIN is being bullied back. SHIN, he does lose all of his ultras. And anti-timing. +3. Yeah, +3 is finishing up after the fight. Oof. Ay, ay, ay. As SHIN is forced back. Now, I am heavily concerned here for SHIN. That was meant to kill, by the way. That was supposed to kill. That was meant to end the game. That was a big commitment by SHIN. Ultras are not cheap. He lost, I want to say 6. Yep, 6 ultras just went down. And now SHIN is down to 3. And SHIN does not have a gas bank. So it's time to do that again, this time instead with Vipers. So Blinding Clouds will help. When it comes to this army though, there's no more tanks. The tank count is still very low, it's mainly ByuN. Bailey's getting called out. Burrow's on the way. SHIN trying to commit in. Baiting at the mine shots. Oof. Base at the mines, trying to chase. Vipers here extend for a moment. Yeah, they extend. The double drop tools left hand side, takes down all the spine crawlers. The space looks like it will go down. SHIN does get a planetary though. And we're trading bases. We're trading a base for a base. Oof. Bailey's a smash in across the map. And this does hurt ByuN a little bit more. True. ByuN did lose a mineral line and not just the planetary. So ByuN does lose a base. ByuN is remaxed, this time with Ghosts. He's refining his army. Ghosts are on the way. Liberators as well. We spoke about it earlier, but ByuN, who was woefully underprepared for Ultras without Ghost and Lib, but now he has it. Now he has Ghost Lib. ByuN is perfecting his army, and Ragnarok is, or SHIN is still stuck with the same. Still stuck with the same. So another hatchery falls. SHIN is up to 9 ultra. Okay, 9 ultras. That's a lot of ultras. It's a lot of ultras, Pappy. Now going to be collapsing in. The ghosts are exposed. Oh no, the ghosts! Oh no, he wants them. Yeah, ghosts are too far forward. Gets one. Can he get the others? He can. Yeah, massive big ghost here. He gets 1, 2, 3 ghost kills. Ay, ay, ay. ByuN, he does pull away. Bailey's are rolling in. Oof. That's going to be 5 ghosts going down. With that Bailey's a rotate, and SHIN, he's done it. He's done it. He has broken through. It breaks on through. ByuN was just out of position. He was out of position. He was exposed. The ghosts were all forward. And ByuN will lose everything. Every mineral line's going down. Ay, ay, ay. The 4th, the 5th, the 3rd. No mining whatsoever. A heavy mule hammer here at the forward base, at the northern base. But ByuN's economy's in the gutter. And he lost, how many was it? 6. Oof, 6 ghosts went down. The pants were down for ByuN. Papi, ay, ay, ay. The pants were down. And ByuN is all in. ByuN is all in. And again, ByuN, he had the composition to defend. He had the setup. It's just his army was out of position. Right? The army was out of position. He was caught out in the open. A nice drop here. Does take down 29 drones. Jesus. Okay. Fungal's coming in after the fact. ByuN does take a bit of fight. Again, he has a more efficient composition. Catching up 32 workers. And SHIN needs to be careful. SHIN has to respect the army. Now, this is where I have to be a little bit concerned myself. Again, that was 33 drone kills. There was a Liberator here on the left-hand side as well. But ByuN has mules. Remember that. Mules, like, they're a big factor here. They're giving ByuN a lot of minerals here at that northern base. And SHIN has to re-drone. Okay. SHIN is re-droning, resaturating. ByuN is building back up his ghost count. Currently, ByuN is on 7 ghosts. We have yet to see any big snipes, as he got caught out earlier, of course. But now he spots the army. ByuN is aware. And you can see here, this time ByuN pulls back his ghosts. This time they're behind the army. If you recall, the reason why SHIN did so much damage was because the ghosts were in front of the army instead. It was just they were heavily out of position. Nice drop, a very nice drop. Ooh, the fungal will punish. Does not save the ghost. ByuN forced to pick up. But again, a really impressive comeback here by ByuN by catching 32 drones. SHIN does split up his army. Ghosts are moving in. Gets one. Ooh, did miss that final snipe. There we go. One ultra does get picked off. The other is very low. Snipes coming in. Not quite catching the Ultralisk. But a nice engage there by ByuN. As the Ultras are softened up. SHIN, he has to fight for that expansion. Ooh, snipes going up. Nice fungal though. Oh my god, massive fungal the ghost. There he goes to get caught out. Just dragging mine shots into the army. Once again, the ghosts are the first to go down. Oh my god. Another mine shot, more friendly fire. And Ultras, they break the expansion. They break the planetary. Massive pickoff. SHIN is supply blocks. But once again, that was a better fight for SHIN. As he almost reset the ghost count. And likewise, ByuN can't afford all those losses. ByuN down to a 1 base economy. Remember, here he has no natural. He has nothing in the main. He has half a base here at the 3rd and half a base here at the 4th. So 1 base mining. ByuN is starving out. ByuN is starving. And SHIN has bases. That's way too soon. Never mind. ByuN repositioning. SHIN getting ready for a surround. SHIN needs to be careful. Doesn't quite go for it. Yeah, still quite tense. But again, now the ghost count is very low. ByuN has just been losing so many ghosts here, but nice tank volleys. Takes a punish. Punish the army. Expansion goes down. Scan reveals top right. ByuN is on the way. And ByuN not even getting a fresh expansion. That's the natural floated over. Ultras, they collapse in once again. We're going to drag the army through the minefield. Nice fungal. Oh my god, the fungal lands once again. Collapsing on top of the ghosts. Mine shots are going off. Decent mine connections. Ultras, they're going to be on their own. Ultras on their own. Getting one, getting two, getting up to 3 ultras. Banelings do not connect. Drop on the top side. And once again, ByuN does outtrade the army. Oh, the fungal though. Yeah, fungal does catch, and the army just too low. Yeah, too low on HP. Oof. The fungal was brutal. And SHIN, has he done it? Finally. Can he do it? Not quite. As things, they hit the southern expansion. Catching in more SCVs. ByuN down to 12, sorry, down to 14 SCVs. Again, barely an economy. This does feel like the last ditch effort here for ByuN. He's doing what he can. Remember, the longer this goes on, the better it is for SHIN. SHIN, he has bottom left, and he has top center. SHIN has mining. Has mining going on. No banelings here or infestors. SHIN. SHIN trading very inefficiently. Bleeding out so many Zerglings. Marauder getting thrown away? Ah, it does. Okay, it does pull away. Does pull through. But again, this is just so scrappy here. We have these are like the two most important bases. We're right next to each other. We're right next to each other here. ByuN is pushing in. Still has the greater army. Dragging the army through the minefield. Massive connections. Oof. Yeah, massive mine shots. Lings are going down. 2 ultras remaining. Soon to be down to 1. Oof. Casito. And barely forced to pick up. No planetary. Mules are going down. These are fresh mules as well. Relatively fresh. Oof. There's a lot of mules. ByuN's still holding on. Oh my god. The mule hammer, pappy. Can he do it? Nice catch with the Zerglings. Ooh. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 Marauders. Getting a 4th Marauder towards the end. Does force a reaction here by ByuN. As ByuN reacts, we should be moving in. SHIN doesn't pull the trigger. Waiting for more Link Bane. Adrenals on the way. SHIN is bringing everything together. ByuN, does he notice? The fungal pappy. SHIN ready for the final fight. He wants that fungal. Here it comes. Shin, he does commit in. Fungal does connect. Yeah, massive Fungal catching at the army. And GG gets called. GG gets called, and Shin, he had to fight so hard for it, by the way. He had to fight so hard. But GG, well played. He will claim the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. A very, very intense series there out of Shin and ByuN as well. Bearing in mind that Shin was in a really rough position here. It was a failed all-in. Remember, Shin, he went for a failed all-in. Shin was behind, and Shin was desperately droning, desperately saturating, trying to recover, trying to bounce back, and he did. Shin, he was able to recover in the mid-game and able to rush into Ultra Tech. We saw some back and forth trades, of course, but everything, and we saw that ByuN recovered as well. He was able to recover, able to bounce back, able to build up into his own ghost and have some better fights, but it all came down to that one big moment where ByuN got caught with his pants down, where he lost 6 ghosts. If you remember, both armies were maxing, but ByuN, he left his army idle in the center of the map in between his bases, and his ghosts were in front of his army. And that was the moment where Shin, he saw that moment, he saw the opportunity, he pounced, he was able to catch out all those ghosts. And not just that, that was the moment where he killed like 50 SCVs. he killed, unironically, it was like what, 52 workers went down, a critical economic damage, and with that, ByuN never recovered. It was still quite close. Shin had to fight very, very hard to actually kill ByuN, even after taking that massive lead. That was thanks to ByuN killing 30 workers in the top right hand corner of the map, so we did have a bit of a back and forth, but overall, Shin did take a massive lead after crippling the economy. ByuN's economy never quite recovered. Never did recover, and here we go. Let us catch up on the rest of the bracket. Let us catch up on what is coming next, not just the grand finals, but also you know what time it is. La Rifa, papi, la Rifa. Let's go. It is time for that weekly random raffle. Let's go. For those that are unaware, for those that are curious, every single week in the Sparkling Tuna Cup, we do have a participation raffle. It is a way to spread the love, to spread the support here, and to give out some extra prize money to some players that otherwise didn't quite make it into the upper echelons of the tournaments. Oh boy. Here we go. So this week we have 20 players. 20 players are all eligible for the random raffle, and one player does walk away a little bit richer here with 5 USD. Now, once again, it is eligible to all players that did compete. There are a couple players that did forfeit. For example, Cristiano did forfeit his match, so did Chovka. So Cristiano and Chovka, they're both ineligible for this week's random raffle, but everyone else is eligible, equally eligible here, and it can go to Classic, it can go to Shin, it can go to a finalist, or it can go to someone that got knocked out in the first round. It can go to someone like Smite Steel or Rake or Mew. We'll see. We shall see. As this week, the random raffle winner is... Hold on. Where's the button? ¿Dónde está? There we go. This week, congratulations to GG Machine. GG, well played. Congratulations, GG Machine. He does walk away with 5 extra USD. Shout out to the runner-ups. I do see ByuN down there. I see ByuN, Percival, you, alongside Lelix and Zerkabal. Oh, there you go. GG, well played. But congratulations to GG Machine. Again, we were covering his matches earlier. He did get knocked out by ByuN. ByuN did knock him down in the quarterfinals, but he does at least walk away a little bit richer here. Does earn some money for his time. GG, well played. The GG Machine. And of course, hashtag rigged in the chat, as always. But GG, well played. And with that, vetoes are underway, and we will soon be ready with Classic versus Shin. Let's go. Will soon be upon us. Just catching up in the chat. I said in chat, I hope this game lasts long enough for ByuN to get Ghost out. His Ghost micro is top tier. I mean, hey, we saw that in the last game. True, we saw that. As I mentioned before, a lot of it did come down to, even though ByuN was in a he was in a good position, even though he had built up into Ghost, again, he did leave his Ghost idle, exposed in the center of the map. That did prompt Shin to pounce, right? Prompted him to pounce in, to dive on the army, and for everything to just fall apart, essentially, for ByuN. So one moment of one lapse of judgment, or one moment where you're inattentive to the army, can cost you the game. Can cost you. Hashtag rigged raffle. See, papi, see. Como siempre, como siempre. Whew, but here we go. We have our grand finals getting ready. It's going to be a best of 5, and we have game 1. Vitas are done. Game 1 is going to be on 10,000 feet. Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of 10,000 feet, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is Classic. I'll fix up the colors. Don't you worry. And spawning in the top left hand corner of 10,000 feet, we have the South Korean Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg. It is SHIN. Let's go. Let us go. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we delve into our best of 5. Now, we saw SHIN be hyper aggressive and hyper cheesy in his match against ByuN, but we'll see how he approaches the ZVP matchup. Again, his ZVT has been very aggressive, very assertive. We've been seeing a lot of SHIN versus Terran as of late. We haven't seen as much of his versus Protoss as of late, though. So I'm curious to see what he brings to the table. I'm leaning more towards all-ins and aggression from SHIN. I feel like that's kind of going to be the go-to here, is a bunch of 2-base all-ins and 3-base all-ins. But we'll see if SHIN takes a different approach. Something that is viable and that we saw a lot from SHIN in months past was mutaplay. Mutas are viable here, but the issue with mutaplay is that ideally it's easier to get away with that on larger maps, but also ideally it goes unscouted, right? It's heavily reliant on not being seen here by your opponent's oracles and by your opponent's vision. If they can confirm the spire early on before it's finished, then it often gets shut down. So it is a big risk to go for mutas. We'll see. We shall see. Here we go. As we are going to be opening up, and so far it's going to be a Stargate open out of Classic. Now, Classic is known for his mid to late game. Classic has some of the best, if not the best, late game PvZ in the world, straight up. Better than Max Packs, better than Hero. That is where Classic does thrive. So if he can slow the game down and build up into Skytoss, that is going to be his win condition. Now, don't get me wrong, Classic, he is not just a one-trick pony. He is known for not just that, but also to be more diverse in the mid-game as well. He's not as diverse as Hero, don't get me wrong. Hero thrives in the early to mid-game. Classic can still mix things up though. He can still mix things up, he can still be aggressive. That is what makes Classic so terrifying, is that he's also somewhat diverse. There's a great odds in the Gamba. Oh no. What are the odds, Pappy? What are the odds? Usual depth does threaten a shade. So I'm just checking. Checking the predictions. Ooh, as we do get one drone. What, 2? Ooh, okay, one drone. One drone goes down. Thankfully, the other does survive. Just barely. Does force out a Spore Crawler. So we're settling in. Wow, Jesus, a lot of faith in SHIN, Fab. Yeah. The Oracle does go for the dive, gets 1, gets 2 more drones, 3 in total. Nice start for a Classic, and do you see what I see? I see an early Twilight Council. We just spoke about this, if you recall, winding it back, how Classic, he can mix things up and be aggressive, and we're seeing that here and now. Very early Twilight Council, no Forge. This does look like Glaive Adepts. Does look like Glaives. Lings are being zoned away. And show us that tech of choice. Technically, this could be early Blink, but nah, with 3 more gates on the way, it should be Glaives. I don't see a Robo, though. The Oracles poke in. Yeah, Blink is on the way. No Robo, so no Prism aggression. It is going to be early Blink out of Classic. Now, because Blink is so early here and because the Forge is so late, there's a very high chance that this turns into a 3-base all-in. That we see a Gateway Explosion behind this and we say go for an 8k 3-base all-in instead. Yeah, the longer we go on without a Forge, the more likely this becomes. Oh, there we go. Delayed Forge out of Classic. Very delayed. Meanwhile, we do see that Shin is playing safe, going for his own Roach Warren. Okay, so safety Roach Warren. So if this was Glaives, Shin would be ready for it. He would have been ready for it, but as we can see, it is not Glaive Adepts. Checking Shin's vision, Shin, he scouted the main, he saw the gateways, he didn't see the Twilight Council, but again, he's playing safe due to the gateways that he saw. And with Blink finishing up this early on, Classic should apply pressure to the 4th base. Yeah, the 4th is scouted. Classic should push. Here come more gateways. During what we said, we're looking for a gateway explosion, and I believe this is going to be 6. Yep, 6 gateways in total, and it's looking like we want more. This probe is very suspicious. Okay, going back to mining. We have 6 gates so far. Nope. Going for a Temple Archives and gases. He's not going for the all-in. Okay. So just 6 gate aggression out of Classic going into Storm. Here come the initial Stalkers. Again, this is hitting earlier than normal because of early Blink. And Shin is in trouble. Shin has 18 more Lings on the way. He's going for the counterattack. Going for the backstab. The Hatchery's getting low. Hatchery is low. Does blink away. At the same time, Stalker's back at him to defend. Good defense out of Classic. Stasis Trap is not going to trigger. And remember, Classic is not all in. Like, Classic is getting damage. He's getting damage. He is committed. He's aggressive. But he's working on Storm. He's working on the next step. Lings are coming from behind. I do think it's greedy that Classic has no battery here. Yeah, no shield battery. Is very greedy. Hydras are revealed. Shin going Ling Hydra. Into potentially even Roach Hydra. Interesting. Classic reinforcing. Pushing out with more Stalkers. And he wants those Hydras. And he wants everything. One more volley. Kills the 4th base. Nice pickup. Lings are coming from behind. Stasis Trap does punish. But oh my god, the Lings and the Hydras. Oof. And Shin is in trouble. Shin is in a lot of trouble here. Classic does move in. Oh, doesn't get the Hydra, but does pick up Zerglings. Stasis Trap about to run out. Shin has to get the hell out of here. So I'm going to say Classic. Classic has to get the hell out of here. He pulls away. Races back home. Storm is now done, and here comes the second wave. Now, when it comes to this next wave, when it comes to this next push, Classic is pretty all-in. I'm sorry, there we go. I was about to say that Classic, his 4th base is very late, and it does get thrown down, but this is a very delayed 4th. Classic, he has to get damage done with this. The Storms, they have a lot of potential. I mentioned earlier that Roach Speed was being researched, but Roach Speed was cancelled. It is a Ling Hydra composition. It's very fragile. Very, very fragile. And no Banelings. Oracles at home to defend. Center base is denied. A Storm does land. Ooh, that's going to be 2 Storms. High Templar, they're still protected. Another zoning Storm. There's maybe 2 Storms left, not many. A better Storm here. Oh my god. Storm zones away the main army. Oh, but where are the reinforcements though? Classic. Yeah, he needs Warpins, he needs Zealots. Classic is about to be overwhelmed. The Zealots are now trickling in, but they're late. Yeah, the Zealots are delayed. The downside of not having a Robo, not having a Warpism. Yeah, no Warpism, and with that, Classic is hurting. Yeah, the all-in has failed. The all-in has failed. All the high tempo went down. Shin can now counterattack, and Classic is in a lot of trouble here. Remember, this 4th base was heavily delayed in favor of the aggression. And the aggression failed. The aggression failed. Classic has lost map control. Nice storm. Shin coming in from behind. Baiting out more storms as well, like 2 storms left. Soon to be 3. Shin is coming in from the other side. Storm does zone. Zealots are trading well. Jesus. But they overextend. Yeah, the Zealots they do overextend. Shin rotating over. There's still a lot of storms left over though. Classic getting hold. Yeah, lackluster storm. Better towards the end. But we are being a little bit wasteful here with the storms. There's only 1 left. And that was the final storm, and Shin has done it. Shin has done it. He has broken the center expansion. Whew. Again, Classic, he was so aggressive, but he had no way to reinforce. He had no prism, he had no proxy gateway. It was a little bit odd. Yeah, it was an odd style there out of Classic. He didn't get the momentum that he was hoping for. This map is very small, but it is so bold to warp in from back at home to reinforce across the map. It just wasn't quite worth it. There's that last storm. And with that, Shin, he'll take a lead. He'll take a lead in the series. And breaks the area here in between the bases. Breaks the natural. Takes down the cybercore. We got Tempest amassing. The Copium Bappy. And I appreciate that we were trying to turtle up into Tempest. It was a big risk. Big risk. But won't save the natural. It doesn't save the expansion. Shin can just back up and build up. Tempest now moving in. Hydras are coming in from behind. Tempest forced to commit. And should be the last push here for Classic. Does recall. And oh, he will lose 2 Tempest. Yeah, 2 Tempest go down, 2 Tempest recall back home. Once again, a couple of storms can delay this. But this is just such a massive deficit here for Classic. Oof. Losing 2 more Templar. Very nice spread. And spreads against the army. Zealots trade well. Like, this is an efficient trade here from Classic, but he's still losing far too many High Templar. As we're getting messy. We're getting very messy here. Actually, have an Archon. Shin is taking. We have the Hive on the way. Spire as well, just in case. Ready for Corruptors. Yo, we got 2 Tempests in a dream, Pappy. Let's go. I mean, Corruptors are coming, so these Tempests, they can't really do too much here. Not after the Corruptors arrive. Speaking of, here they are. Remember, recall's on cooldown. It was used earlier. Now being used, and oof, does not save it in the Tempest. I storm. Jesus. Shin shouldn't kill the. Actually, it's gonna be close. Uh oh, it's gonna be close here with the closest spray, and he does get the expansion. Okay. Next goes down. Ah. Not like this. Shin is moving in. It's been like an 8-minute death animation for Classic, but he's holding as best he can. Storms are doing well for themselves, but we're running out of storms. Classic is almost out. We got uno más, one left. One more storm. I just say lunge in. That's the final storm. Center base goes down. At the same time, we do see Classic going for a massive. Okay, he's going for the counterattack. We're going for the base trade. Let's go. He's going for the base trade. Right, Shin, he's racing back home to defend. Yeah, he should be fine. Races back home. Pushing into his own natural. Lurkers a burrow. Just lunging in. And this does at least get some damage done. There's another recall. Ah. And this is some nice damage, but if only Classic had an economy, right? Back at home, there just is no economy. He's got 44 workers. He's got a 2-base setup. That's all he really has. It's not enough. We're broke, Papa. We're broke. Making 2 more Tempest. Storm once again does zone. Alright, just lunging in. Catching a Templar. Forcing out the Archon. And we just walk through the storms at this point. It's fine. We just move through the storms. GG gets called, and Shin takes game number 1. GG. GG. Whew, Shin does take a lead in the series, and we're getting ready for game number 2. Winding it back here, Shin, he did go for a... I mean, I was going to say he went for an all-in. Winding it back, Classic went for a very aggressive build. Classic, he did go for a Twilight Council before 3rd base, into early Blink, into 6k Blink Aggression, which I wasn't opposed to. It was pretty good. It was doing a lot of damage, killing Lings, killing the 4th base as well. But if you recall... Classic, he went a step further than that. He went into Charge and went for the Templar Archives and went for Storm, all on 3 bases. He went for a very late 4th base. So as a result, Classic, he had a lackluster economy, and he was very committed, borderline all in when it came to his Stalker Aggression into Storm, into Charge. So Classic was very, very committed. He was borderline all in, and we saw that he failed to get damage done. We saw that Shin did a great job when it came to counterattacking, harassing, engaging with the High Templar, baiting out storms, and of course shutting down the army. Once that happened, I mean, that was kind of game then and there. It's game then and there. As Classic had no longevity in that game, just because he had delayed his economy for so much in favor of the early aggression. But here we go. Here we go. We're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss for Virtus Pro. It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Zerg player, the blue Zerg player himself, the South Korean Zerg, leading the series 1-0. It is Shin. Let's go. let us go. Now, welcome to Ruby Rock. Ruby Rock is another one of these aggressive maps. It does favor aggression. We do favor all-ins here. The reasoning for this is because of the open entrance at the natural and the open entrance at the third base. Two very open expansions alongside a short rush by ground does typically lead into hyper aggression and all-ins from our players, from SHIN. As he does open up pool first. Okay. Sorry, it's just stretching. Don't forget to stretch. Posture check in the chat, true. Posture check. No slouching. Look after yourselves. As SHIN does go for his own early pool into a later expansion. Leads into early queen production. We'll see the timing of SHIN's lair. And whether he stays in gas after link speed. Let's go. I think he could have backed off earlier and not taken as bad of a trade and been in the playable spots. I think I agree. It doesn't feel good being in that kind of position for Classic, but it is possible that he could have recognized a little bit earlier that he had lots of momentum and he could have not pushed out with his High Templar. That is true. That is true. I do think that he was losing speed when he got caught out on the left-hand side. If you remember, like, Classic, he was getting a lot of damage done. He was trading well on the left-hand side, stasing the army, but there was a moment where he overextended, and when the stasis traps ran out and he got surrounded, and it was bleeding out stalkers. I think those were kind of the moments when we were emphasizing that he was overextending, that he had no way to reinforce across the map. I think that was the moment that he blinked into SHIN. He blinked into him and then away, and then Zealots came to reinforce, but he bled out like half his stalkers. Like, that was the moment where Classic lost momentum, and from that moment he had to make a choice: either commit and go for the quote-unquote all-in, or back off and be defensive. And he decided to commit, right? He decided to commit with his High Templar, with his Storm, and everything just kind of fell apart. But like, that was the moment where he had to make the decision to either back off and try to turtle, or just double down, and he chose to double down, right? Chose to double down. But yeah, that moment was when the stasis trap ran out on the units, and when he pushed forward like into the army and bled out like half the stalkers. Here we go. Here we go. We're now getting into game number 2. For now, we are looking at SHIN. So SHIN, he does invest into link speed. So link speed is researched, does pull out of gas. Once again, early Twilight Council. Now, last game, remember, early Council, late Forge, we thought it was Glaives, and Classic instead went into early Blink. Once again, my assumption here is Glaives, but we have seen these early Blink builds be successful at times. Ooh, meanwhile, that is an Evo Chamber. So, what does the Evo Chamber tell us? This tells us that SHIN, he's going into +1 melee, he's going into Ling Hydra, he's most likely skipping Roaches and skipping Banelings. As your Oracles, they poke in, 3 drones do go down, Lings, they counterattack, catching out the Adepts, getting 1, getting 2 even, not bad. Phoenix? Wait, what? My assumption is Glaives, but we'll see. Blink. He's going for early Blink once again. Okay. I favor SHIN here. I was gonna say that because of the early Evo Chamber into +1 melee, into Ling Hydra, SHIN is gonna be vulnerable to Glaive Adepts, but it is not Glaives, it is Blink instead. Lings are better against Stalkers than they are against Adepts. So I do favor SHIN's position when it comes to our builds of choice. Once again, I believe this should be 6-gate Blink. We have 4 gateways so far. That is a 5th gateway. So 5 gates on the way. gases are not being taken, and I don't see a forge. So this looks very similar to last game, except this time there's no forge. This tells us that there's a higher chance now that this turns into an 8 gate 3 base all in. I like how I'm like, it looks like an 8 gate, and then bam, late forge. It's like, god damn it. Forge tells us that we're getting into a longer game, but it's very late forge, very late upgrades. There's a lot of pressure on Classic to get damage done. This is very similar to last game, very similar for Classic, but this time we have mass lings. Blink is not done. Oh no, the surround. It comes in for the surround. Massive lockdown. He does catch 1, 2, 3, 4, 3 stalkers. 3 stalkers do get picked up. He respects the Oracle. But rough start for Classic. Classic already taking whole damage on all these stalkers. Yeah, taking whole damage. Queens are on the horizon. Once again, Classic behind this, going into his own Templar Archives, going for a late 4th. Headed towards Storm. Will at least force to cancel. Force to cancel. Lings, they do get a surround on the Zealots. Oracles, they race home to defend. Now at least Classic denied the 4th base. True. Oh. So he denied the expansion. Lings, they fail to get damage done. Still very tense, as SHIN might lose another expansion. He's gonna commit, but the Oracles, the Oracles are support. Stasis Trap does go up. Hydras are slowly amassing. Queens, they push forward as well. Again, SHIN, he has to make a stand here and now, otherwise it's over. And this time Classic is out trading. Yeah, he's out trading quite heavily, actually. Lings, they attempt to flank. Alright, just slowly building up so far. SHIN, he does keep the hatchery alive. So far, it does keep the base alive. Massing on more Ling Hydra. Storm is halfway done. This time Classic getting much later Storm. I would imagine because he feels like he's close to breaking SHIN. So it's been committing a little bit harder with extra stalkers. Here come the Templar. Uh-oh. Brainlings are rolling in. Classic doesn't react in time. Oh no, the reaction! Ooh, it gets late. Yeah, late reaction. Brainlings do roll in. They make their way to the mineral line, and they do connect. 12 probes. 12 probes going down. Storm is just not finishing. Ooh, with Storm and with this many High Templar, Classic can kill. Classic, he can't kill. There's the first Storm. Oof, on the main army and the mineral line. Banelings are denied. And Classic is snowballing out of control. Yeah, snowballing out of control. 1 High Templar goes down. Once again, Storm to the Banelings. They connect! Oh my god. They get one. They get one more Templar. Nice Storm in the mineral line. There's 2 Templar left. That was the final Storm. That was it. Yeah, no Storms left. And SHIN's holding. Wow, SHIN's holding on. 0 Storms remaining. Collapsing in the army. Nice aces. Very nice aces trap, but it's purely Blink Stalkers. Classic needed more damage. He fails to break the expansion. You can see SHIN now taking a supply lead. Oof. And you can see Classic being outscaled, and you can see this is very similar to last game. Obviously, like, this was, I would say this was closer. Like, Classic almost killed SHIN here and now, but you can see just how on a knife's edge it is. Like, the moment that the aggression fails, Classic falls far behind. In terms of the army supply, I should say. The economy here is actually in favor of Classic, but Shin is not droning. Shin, he's not getting a 5th base, he's not droning up. Shin, he's also not teching. Last game, he went up to Lurkers. This time, there's no Hive, no Infestation, no Lurker Den. Shin, he himself is forcing himself into an all-in, into a 3-base all-in. Here come the Storms. Yeah, Storm to the zone. Shin, he's pushing further in. There's going to be more Storms available. So far, the Storms have not been connecting. Yeah, better Storm on the top side. Bailing's there. Oh, no, the Templar get caught out. No more Templar, no more Storms. Shin is breaking through. At the same time, 15 probes to go down, takes down the expansion, and Shin is overwhelming. Again, there was only one good Storm there. Not good enough. Not good enough, Bappy. 15 probes go down. Remember, Shin, he chose not to tech, he chose not to expand. He's now getting a base after the fact. Oh, God. Was distracted for a moment. But Shin, he's done it. Like, he broke the 4th base. He can now back off and rebuild. Shin is choosing a drone, so he's droning up from here. And if he wanted to, he could throw down a Lurker Den. It's a hard call to make, right? Does Shin start to get ready for a longer and later game, or do we just try to kill? Shin is trying to do both. Is at least expanding. But there is still no infestation pit. Yeah, there's no pit for Shin. Ooh, the wall's not a wall. Lings, they flood into the main. They force a recall. Shin at the same time could be striking this 4th base. But otherwise is distracted. Yeah, Shin is more fixated with expanding and maintaining his own expansions, his own bases. Shin now confirms. Can Classic recover in this game? So my big concern here, as we are giving Classic a little time, is that Shin still never threw down a Lurker Den. Even Lair Tech Lurkers can work wonders defensively here. Given that Shin is still stuck on Lingbane Hydra, Storms can still tear him apart. Like, a couple of well-placed Storms will annihilate this army. Yeah, it's going to be 2 Storms initially. We got to be careful. Both players do. Another Zealot drop. As the prison did go down. Forcing on more more storms. Now Shin, Classic does have storms to spare, but we gotta be careful. As Classic does retake his 4th base. Shin, he never droned up his 5th. So the economy is actually quite low for Shin. Never did drone. Just now transferring. So once again, Shin is he's choosing to stay on the low economy. Coming from behind. Bailing say roll in. No major connections. Classic takes a better fight. Yeah, better fight for Classic. Shin trying to commit forward. Doesn't get on top of the Templar. Storms are connecting. Oh, brutal storm on the Hydras. And that lead that Shin once had, he's losing it. He's losing that lead. As we mentioned, he chose not to drone. He chose not to drone. He chose not to tech up. Oof. Classic is doing it. He's going for a tri-pronged attack. Here comes the main army. A flanker at the 4th base and Zelts into the main. Yeah, and Shin's being pulled apart. Ay, ay, ay. Hatchery goes down. Main base under fire. Remember, Shin, he chose not to drone. There were opportunities. He could have. Ay, ay, ay. And it looks like he might barely break this expansion, but at the same time, Zelts are pushing into the natural now. Yeah, the tech is under fire. This is all that Shin has left. And we're just waiting for a warp in. Classic has no bank. Okay. We're going for the base trade. We're going for the base trade. But time is on Classic side. And GG. Yep, GG gets called. Classic, he will hold, he will defend. And we have a back and forth series. We're tied up 1-1. GG. Whew. GG, well played, very intense, very back and forth. Initially, Shin, he was doing well. Like, he was able to hold on, able to defend his northern fourth base, take better fights, cripple the economy, kill the fourth expansion, and Shin did get ahead. But as we mentioned, it was Shin's choice. Shin, he had to make a choice there, either double down and try to kill Classic or back off and tech. And I will say that Shin, he was very middle of the road there. It was a little bit of both. Where Shin backed off, he threw down an expansion, and then he still built up his Lingbane Hydra, but he didn't commit as hard to the aggression. He allowed Classic to get a fourth base up and running, and he chose not to drone, he chose not to tech, but it was also being quite or relatively passive with the army as well. Yeah, it felt like almost indecisive play there by Shin, and in that indecisiveness, Classic popped off. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we're now getting into our next game, going to be loading into the Old Republic. Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of the Old Republic, we have... There we go. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing Protoss Pro. Tying up the series 1-1, it is Classic. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg, the South Korean Zerg. It is SHIN. Here we go. I was like 10 seconds he should have backed off. I mean, I feel like that's the tale of this series for both players, where there were kind of moments here where both players, game one for Classic and here game two for SHIN, where there were moments where they could have like backed off and been a little bit more reserved and could have gone further ahead by teching, by expanding, and by probing up. We saw that from Classic in game one. We saw that from SHIN in game two. We're just being overly aggressive, Fappy. Overly aggressive. There we go. And here we go. From here, Classic, he's going to be opening up. Standard open out of Classic. Likewise, once again, late gases from SHIN. So going for the earlier spawning pool. Sixlings are on the way. With this, SHIN can threaten the natural of his opponent. Maybe threaten the pylon. We'll see what these things do. We'll see what they accomplish. Bad high Templar utilization. I mean, kind of. If you're referring to game number 2, there were a lot of high Templar, there were a lot of storms, but especially when it came to the initial fight, a lot of storms were, it felt like premature. It felt like Classic, he was throwing down some premature storms and they weren't really gaining much value. That led to Classic losing the fourth base for the first time. But as the game went on, we saw better storms, right? We saw better storms. He locked in. Meanwhile, here comes the initial Lings. And we're going for the pylon. Can he bring it down? He can. Wow, the pylon is going to go down. The Adept does not come out in time. Oh, seconds away. And the Probe Scout, the Lacquer Probe Scout is punished. 5 probe kills early on. This is getting out of hand. This is becoming far too much damage already. 6 probes going down and the pylon. Oh no, can he get 7? Can he get 8? 9? Oh my god. Barely not, but this is critical damage here. He wants that probe. He wants it. He wants that worker. Oh my god. It barely doesn't. Peeling off into the main. And again, 8 probe kills early on. Very nice damage. I'm winding it back here again. Classic went for a delayed scatter across the map, and he had a late realization that it was a pool first. It was pool first, not hatchery. Late third base out of SHIN. And so far, nice damage. Nice damage out of our Zerg player. From here, SHIN is taking up. We do have the Eva Chamber on the way. That's for +1 melee. Adept does shade in, does confirm the Evo chamber. Nice scout here by Classic. Nice scout. Ooh, as it's still a very shaky early game. There's no tech. I just realized, like, there is no tech here. Remember, the Cybercore was depowered earlier, not even Warp Gate. Yeah, no Warp Gate, no Stargate, no Twilight Council. Lings a force out of force field. This is just a very, very shaky early game here for Classic. As Lings, they pick up one of the sentries. We're being a little bit wasteful here. A little bit wasteful. As we have a Roach Warren follow-up. Robo gets thrown down. Are we going for a Soul Train? Are we preserving the sentries and going for like an Immortal all-in? It's just a really quirky early game here. And Link's like, no, he gets into the natural. Dipping into the main, looking for tech. Should confirm there's nothing here. Nothing in the main base.
Your forces are taking damage.
God damn it.
Terrible damage.
God damn it, Shin. And Shin just has to chill. We're just gonna calm down, drone up the third, get further ahead. Shin is doubling down on Ling production. Now, this is a risky maneuver here. It is worth it if he forces a cancel. If he can force a cancel, it's fine. If he doesn't, then this could have been drones. Could have been workers. Going for the sentries. One of those force fields. Classic does hold. He's holding on. And we're going for DTs. This is just such a messy mid game here. Like, what is going on? +1, Dark Templar, Robo for Immortal production. Roaches are amassing for Shin. Shin does drone up somewhat on 3 bases. Somewhat. And Shinny commits. Yeah, he's not droning. He's choosing not to drone up. He's just doubling down on more roaches, ravagers, lings. Like, I mean, to be fair, Classic is also pushing. Does Shin have detection? It does have the lair, but no overseer. No overseer with the main army. Archons are coming in. Sorry, I should say Dark Templar. Dark Shrine is almost done. Yo, what are we doing out here, Classic? Like, what's the... It's a very fragile army. He's gonna get surrounded. He has a recall. It does get fully surrounded. He's gonna lose everything. The entire army goes down. Ay, ay, ay. What were we doing out here, Pappy? DT's now warping in. And Shin just commits. He just commits across the map. There are some defensive DTs. Bearing in mind, there's no overseers. 0 overseers here for Shin. Going for the expansion. No spores? No shot! What? No spores! And no overseers. Drones are going down. We're getting messy. We're getting very, very messy here. Yeah, no spores. Overseer does finish up though. 13 drones go down. But Classic will lose his third. He'll lose his third base. More spores into the main. 14 drones. I mean, that's a lot of damage. Unironically. God. Oh, no. As Shin did race all the way back home. Now, this is a lot of damage, but thankfully, Shin killed the third. So, Classic is still behind. Classic is still in a really rough position. 17 drone kills. Jesus. Prism takes a lot of hits. Takes a lot of damage from that spore. Again, Classic is trying to build up, but Shin might just be able to kill with this army. And this time has detection. This time overseers are out. Here comes Shin. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. A dog wearing shades with 100 bits. God, baby God. Thank you so much. We do appreciate it. Gracias, baby. Gracias. It's been a clown fiesta of the grand finals, by the way. It's been it's been non-stop all-in after non-stop all-in. Meanwhile, the immortals get locked down. Baozu connects. There's 2 immortals left. It's down to 1. 1 immortal remaining. He wants it. He gets it. Final immortal goes down. Boys are being pulled. No more Lings, so a bit of a rougher trade here for Shin, but there we go. Lings, they come in to reinforce. They take down the mineral line. Looks like a classic will barely hold, will barely defend. But Shinny's running up to 80. This time 80 workers for Shin. 77 even. Nada. And no shot, we're just going to slow things down. Okay. We should have seen this last game, and it looks like Shin doesn't want to repeat the same mistakes from game number 2. But Lurker then gets thrown down, infestation pits, gases are being taken as well. We're just macroing up. Macroing up. Just teching, building up into a greater economy, and soon to max out. Now, classic, there's a world where maybe Shin does overextend or he makes mistakes, similar to last game. But even here, no Ravagers. Efficient trades, all these Roaches are going to get picked up. The Force Fields, they just lock down the army. Oh my god! Shin just throwing away a wave of Roaches and Hydras. It's moments like this that Classic is hoping for, where Shin had 0 Ravagers. So just couldn't deal with them. Couldn't deal with the Force Fields. Now, Classic can do that again. If he can do that again, cut the army in half, and this time catch out the Lurkers, and maybe we have a game. And we just got to do that again. Since chat, Century winning games, I mean, Classic is still far behind. Like, he's still far behind. Lurkers, they morph in. Force Field says don't away the Lurkers. Hydras are on their own. And these Hydras are going to be cleaned up. And nice clean up here. Classic being hyper efficient. And again, it's kind of working. Not getting us up the Lurkers. Lurkers are on their own. That 1 DT is still alive, by the way, across the map. The value back. Oh no! It's that DT had 18 kills. 18 kills on 1 Dark Templar, but finally goes down. And Classic should not be able to deal with this. I say that 2 Lurkers get picked up, now getting a 3rd. 3 Lurker kills. Here, still trying to rally across. Going for a Zealot counterattack. Once again, we're getting messy. Oh, he wants the Immortals. He gets 1. Nice around. Very nice around. Catching 1 Immortal. Lurkers are being cleaned up. Oh gosh. As once again the immortal count gets reset, losing both immortals to the Hydras. And Classic should not be able to hold on here. I mean, I say that does warp in an extra wave of Zealots. Doing what he can. But with that, Shin, he's snowballing out of control. He breaks the throw base for the second time. GG gets called, and Shin, he'll put another point on the board. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Shin, he does bounce back, and he will take a lead in the series. Winding it back here, again, it was a very, very, very weird game. For those who remember, it was a pull first. It was a pull first build out of Shin. With that pull first, Shin, he killed 6 probes. He killed 6 probes and a pylon, which really did disrupt the early game. It also meant that the cyber core was depowered, warp gate was delayed, gateway units were delayed, everything was delayed. We saw that Classic was stuck on 2 bases. He went for a robo opener into a gateway setup, into mass sentry, into a very late third base, into late tech as well. The tech of choice was a dark shrine, and Twilight Counts on the dark shrine actually did come into play. A lot of workers went down, but he also lost his third. He lost his third base, so Classic, he was far behind tech wise and economically. His DTs did a lot of damage, but it wasn't enough. It was not good enough. He killed what, like 18 plus drones across the map, but that was still not enough damage. Again, just a really quirky game due to the early game aggression, and now we're going into game number 4. And spawning in the top right hand corner of White Rabbits, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss down in the series. We'll see if we can bounce back. It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player, the South Korean Zerg. It is Shin. I'll fix up the names. One moment. There we go. Here we go. So we're getting into game number 4 here, and we'll see if Shin can close it out. We'll see if Classic can force the ace match. But again, it's been a hyper aggression every game so far to Shin with mixed results. I mean, both players have been very aggressive, but last game particularly was just really odd when it comes to Classic's follow-up to go into like an immortal sentry all in. But remember, when Classic was trying to recover in the mid game, he got caught out in the open. He lost all the sentries in the center of the map as well. Like it was a really weird game. It was a weird one. Let's go. As once again, we do see Shin going for a delayed gas. So hatch, pool opener, later gases out of Shin. Sorry, just checking on the bunnies. Making sure they're okay. The broadcast is lasting a little bit longer than we're used to. Bit of a longer broadcast. Chaotic games all around. Have we experienced a single macro game today? The answer is no. Ironically, if you haven't been here, or if you missed out in the earlier rounds of the other semifinals, the quarterfinals, the round 16, the round 32, we've had 0 macro games so far. And do we finally calm things down? Probably not. Probably. For now, Stargate opener, Stargate at the Classic. Meanwhile, Shin claiming his third. Shin does pull out a gas. Okay. Pulls out a gas, going into link speed. Show us what you got. So now we're settling in. Now here comes the initial Oracle. Again, Stargate open into the Oracle, so harass across the map. Third base is on the way. For the first time this series, do we go for a standard opener? Remember, every game so far, we've seen some very early blink timings out of Classic with mixed results. I mean, I would say with poor results. Even in game 2, the game that Classic won, I feel like SHIN had the advantage and it slipped away. Once again, early Twilight Council. Yeah, early Council, late Forge. We've seen this twice now this series so far at a Classic, and it looks like early blink once again. Just like every other game though, I will say that this can be Glaives. We could see Glaives first, or we could see blink. We'll see if a Forge eventually gets thrown down. Forge equals blink, no Forge equals Glaives. There it is. Forge is on the way, so once again, early blink from Classic. I'm not too fond of the idea of going for this kind of style on these larger maps. Some decent damage, gets 3 drones, okay. 4 drones go down. Early Roach Horn out of SHIN. Is scouted. This time no Evo Chamber. This time there's no fast +1. Okay. Eyes are on SHIN. Meanwhile, Classic is working on his upgrades and will soon be active on the map. The lack of Evo Chamber and lack of +1 melee, this looks like +1 range, so it looks like Roach Hydra. Seems to be the composition here for SHIN. The other option, by the way, is this could lead us into a Spire. Could be +1 range into Roaches into a hidden Spire. That is also viable here. It's an option for SHIN. There's that +1 range. Lara's about to finish. Likewise, Classic taking up into Storm. And it is going to be not the Spire, it's going to be the Hydra Den. Okay, so it's just going to be Roach Hydra. Again, we're bracing that mid game. Lings, they do catch one of the Stalkers. Not quite. Gotta respect the Oracles. As the Classic is poking forward. Meanwhile, SHIN baits out one of the Stasis traps. Again, SHIN has to be so careful not to lose these Roaches. So far, only bleeding out Lings. Hydras are on the way. 7 Hydras in production. We just have to buy time for the Hydras. Oh, Transfuse not good enough. Yeah, the Roach still goes down through the Transfuse. Means they rally over. 14 Hydras on the way. And SHIN is holding. Ooh, very nice. SHIN is holding on. And now collapsing in. This time no more Stasis traps. And SHIN is fine. Yeah, SHIN is fine. Now, my big concern here is that SHIN, he's holding, he's defending. All the upgrades are about to kick in. And SHIN, he is cutting workers at 76. That is, what, just under 4 base saturation. SHIN, he wants to commit. He will hit the 4th. Classic is racing back home. SHIN wants to chase. SHIN, he wants to chase the army. Does start +2, but he's still just rallying. Just rallying everything across the map. He wants to kill. I believe Storm is done. Yep, Storm is done. How many had Templar? 6. Jesus. That's a lot of Templar. They're with the main army. Nice rotation out of SHIN. Gets on top of the expansion. Even punishing the Stalkers. Oh, that's a lot of Stalkers going down. Base out 1, 2 Storms. Lings, oh, the High Temple, no, they're exposed. Yeah, Lings are coming from behind, and that's going to be every High Temple falling. Ay, is that it? Is that just game? Yeah, it looks like that might just be it. Another storm coming in from behind. Okay, we did have a couple of extra High Templar, but for the most part, Classic has been broken. The fourth base goes down. GG gets called, and Shin, he will claim the series 3-1, becoming this week's Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Hyper aggression out of all of our players here tonight. As I mentioned, not a single macro game. At no point did we ever slow things down and build up into like a back and forth like 3 and 4 base economy. You could definitely argue that we kind of got there on 10,000 feet between Classic and Shin, but not really. Like, they were still hyper aggressive, and we still had a big lead from one of the players due to early game aggression. And with that, GG, well played. With that, Shin does claim the series. When it comes to this game specifically, Shin, he went for a roach base opener this time. It was on Shin to survive the early aggression of Classic, to survive with his roaches, and to hit his Hydra timing with Hydra speed, roach speed, and +1, and he was able to break out across the map. Bearing in mind that Classic was behind, once again due to the fact that Classic, he was a little bit more assertive with his Blink Stalkers. He went into early Blink, he went into late +1, into late +2, into a more aggressive follow-up here, and I believe he went into Storm before the fourth base as well. Late fourth base, earlier Storm, very tech heavy, and there was a lot of potential with those Storms, but as you saw, the surround was brutal. To come in from behind, to collapse on those High Templar, and to get a kill, to kill the High Templar as well, that was a massive move from Shin. You need those High Templar to survive. They're the backbone of your army, and to be surrounded, to lose those Templar early on, that's game. That's game then and there. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, just a really unique style here from Shin. He forced out some really weird games, and I don't think Classic was comfortable at all. Like Classic, both Classic and ByuN, they both had a really hard time, and we're seeing a shift in the meta. We're seeing a shift here. Thank you so much. Let me play with your kitties for subscribing for 23 months, almost 2 years of support. Thank you, baby. Thank you. Thank you so much for the support. But we're seeing a shift in the meta. I don't know if you noticed, but specifically from the Korean Zerg players, to be fair, Shin, Solar, and Rogue, they have already been leading towards all-ins throughout the course of the last 6 months. That is true. But now we're going one step further, and we're seeing a lot of two-base play. We're seeing a lot of two-base lair. And if you saw Rogue in RSL, he was doing the same thing. Very similar here to Shin, where we saw a lot of early Roach Horns, a lot of early spawning pools, early lairs, early tech, low drone counts, a lot of early aggression, a lot of weird timings, and Maru was caught with his pants down, Kira was caught with his pants down, Classic, ByuN, a lot of these top players were getting caught out by the aggression of the Zergs, and we're seeing more and more of that here, at least from the Korean side of things. This is not being replicated by Reynor and Serral. Reynor and Serral, they're playing more standard and more macro oriented, but it feels like the Korean Zergs have just had enough, and it's just non-stop cheese in every matchup, in every single matchup. At least when I say the Korean Zergs, I mean Rogue, Solar, and Shin. That's everyone basic. That's all the Korean Zergs. So yeah, they've definitely taken a bit of a different turn, a bit of a different outlook here on these matches, and it's led to some really short series. And this has been the case for the past couple of weeks now. GG, well played. We'll see how the Protoss players adjust. I'm hoping that we see an end to the early Blink aggression. I do think that this has been hurting the Protoss players. So we should be seeing like an end to early Blink and a return to more safe and standard play instead. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on our players. We'll see how players like Classic, Hero, Max do adjust. But GG, well played. You have to ask Dark what he's playing nowadays. I mean, what I should say is that all these Korean Zergs, they're playing like Dark. This is how Dark used to play back in the day, back when he was active, of course. Very similar to this. Very, very similar. I'm sure he would approve. It all comes back to Dark. But GG, well played. With that, we're going to be wrapping up here for the day. Bit of a longer broadcast. Exclamation mark calendar or schedule in the chat to catch up with the rest of our schedule here. Again, congratulations to Shin for becoming our champion. Shout out to Classic for coming second. We did have Percival and ByuN with their third and fourth places respectively. And as you can see, oh yeah, GG Machine winning the random raffle as well. True. Did win the raffle. When it comes to our schedule, it's a bit of a leaner broadcast schedule this time. I believe the schedule is not updated, but very quickly, we should be live tomorrow with the Water TV Monday I'm not mistaken. Yes. So War TV Monday is going to be tomorrow evening. We have the OSC Rising Star event on Tuesday. We have GSL CK Tuesday evening. We have Pegasus Cup, Kung Fu Cup, the Podcast, KSL, MSO, and many more events to come. I believe this week we should be organizing the TLMC judging stream. We already went through the judging process. I already submitted my final scores on my feedback, but we should be getting the top 16 results within the next couple of days. Should be within the next couple of days. Should be getting those results in, just as a heads up. So we'll be all over that. We'll be all over that over the next couple of days, and we'll be having like a summary stream going through the top maps, going through our scores, our feedback, and the other judges' feedback as well. So it'll be like a finalist stream for TLMC at some point this week. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. And we'll see you guys tomorrow for War TV Monday. See you then. Ciao, baby, ciao. Hasta luego. See you next time. I'm giga tired. If you want to support this event, you can do so via Patreon, !Patreon in the chat. Our Patreon does fund our tournaments on a regular basis. So Tuna Cup, alongside Duckling Open and Swan Open as well. All funded via Patreon. So thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Thanks so much for the support. And we'll see you guys next time. Ciao, baby, ciao. Hasta luego. See you next time.